I'd be quite alarmed if it's like, oh no, I just get really old, my penis is spent. The next time that this terrible universe in which we're imprisoned decides to give you a surprise rugby tackle before repeatedly battering you around there with a spiked baseball bat on fire, just pause for a second. Life's not that bad. Oh, it isn't, Danny, who wrote today's script. It's not that bad, is it, Danny? You just described how it was like an endless prison or something. It's not hard to think of a long list of genuine facts which are bound to put a smile on even the most weary, blood-drenched face. For example, cows have best friends. The blood-drenched face. Yeah, some Ukrainian soldier on the front line is like, oh wow, cows have best friends. That's made my horrible day in a war zone much better. Thanks, Danny. A pizza makes a surprisingly nutritious breakfast. No, it doesn't. A pig's orgasm can last anywhere from 30 to 90 minutes. I don't need to think about pig's orgasms, Danny. I know this video is about sad facts that will fuck up your day and you're supposed to be giving me a happy one, but now I've got a pig orgasming in my mind. That doesn't make me happy, Danny. That's fucking up my day, Danny. And that the average human IQ increased steadily throughout the 20th century to a point where anyone with a deeply average intelligence born in the year 2000 would have been considered a genius about 100 years earlier. Is that true? I want to go back in time. I'll be revered as a giant big brain. But before we find ourselves at risk of floating away on a blissful cloud of wonderment, let's bring ourselves back down to earth again with a tearful reminder that other genuine facts can be achingly sad or downright gut-wrenching. Danny, why? Why did I choose this one to record today? I don't like it, Danny.
Just to interrupt today's video to talk about our lovely sponsor today, and that would be Keeps. Now look, as you can tell, I know a thing or two about male pattern baldness. My hair ran for the hills a long time ago, and it's not coming back. However, I'm fairly confident that if Keeps had been there back in the day when things had just started getting smooth and shiny for me, it might have been a different story. Keeps is an online subscription service that makes it easy and more affordable for guys like me to treat male pattern baldness from the comfort of their own home. That's right, no inconvenient trips to the doctors or pharmacy that eats time out of your busy schedule. You order online and it will be delivered directly to your door at whatever time you deem convenient. And on top of that, it's affordable, typically half the cost of a traditional pharmacy. Keeps offers clinically proven treatments. According to studies, these treatments are 90% effective at treating hair loss and can increase hair growth by up to 35%. Plus, they have a 2-in-1 gel that's like a superhero for your hair. Most Keeps customers notice results within 6 months of starting treatment. And in addition to great treatments, Keeps also offers hair thickening shampoo, conditioner, and styling pomade, so you can help stop your hair loss and make your hair look good while doing it. Keeps has helped nearly 1 million men keep their hair, with over 4,500 5-star reviews from satisfied customers. Every delivery is non-branded, all in plain packaging, and deliveries are made in plain unbranded trucks, so no need to be embarrassed. It may be too late for me, but it's not too late for you. Halt the loss in its tracks before it's beyond hope and regrow, refresh, and reclaim your head. For a special offer, go to keeps.com/Simon or click the link in the description below. That's keeps.com/Simon. And now back to today's video.
How about that thing about raising IQ? Well, researchers are now suggesting that our intelligence peaked around the turn of the millennium, and we've been growing gradually dumber ever since.
I got you a gift. It's a mirror, so you can see how dumb you look.
Assuming that you're still just about mentally capable of absorbing knowledge, stick around for more heartache and grief. Oh no. Wait, does that mean I'm the peak of human intelligence? I was born in 1987. That's, it's close enough. It's close enough. So all those millennials, anyone born in the year 2000, they're the biggest of big brains. Fascinating. Ming the clam versus human scientists. Ming the clam had lived through more than most during its extraordinary long lifetime. The rise, I feel like I know this one. Isn't this the one where the scientists are like, let's see what's inside, and it turns out it's like the oldest living organism ever, and they just killed it to see what was inside?
Yep.
The rise of Western civilization, the Age of Enlightenment, the Industrial Revolution, mankind's first bold steps into the stars.
You're not mankind.
The cinematic premiere of Mac and Me. Admittedly, Ming probably hadn't been paying much attention. It was, after all, just a clam, or to be more specific, it was an ocean quahog, who had spent most of its long life buried in a sandy seabed. We're not certain of Ming's gender, as it was so incredibly old that scientists concluded its reproductive state to be spent. It's a quote. Where's its penis? Oh, that's long gone, mate. That was spent a long time ago. I'd be quite alarmed if it's like, oh no, I just get really old, my penis is spent. It just can't recognize my gender anymore. Spent.
Oh.
But we do know that Ming managed to clock up a pretty impressive 507 birthdays before it tragically encountered human scientists, and this made Ming the oldest known animal on Earth. Well, there are some quibbles to the terminology there. It might be more precise to describe it as the world's oldest known non-colonial animal. Oh, that's like where mushrooms and they're cloning each other and shit, right? Or something like that. Although the Guinness Book of Records chickens out even further by describing it simply as the world's oldest known mollusk. But regardless, we should not pay attention to the Guinness Book of World Records. I loved it as a kid, but it's also pretty silly, in my opinion, allegedly. But regardless of the exact world record it might have unwittingly won, Ming, nicknamed after the Ming Dynasty during which it was born, had certainly been knocking around for quite a bit since its birth in around 1499. So, how can we be so sure about Ming's exact age? Well, it's just a matter of counting its growth rings. There's an ocean quahog, K-hog, Q-hog, quahog, quilib.
Failure!
Adds a new ring to its shell approximately every year. The scientists still managed to cock this up during their first attempt in 2007, when they only counted the rings on the hinge of the clam, which was pretty difficult as the rings were squashed together in a tiny patch. After wrongfully declaring that Ming was 405 years old, the scientists went back and had to get another go in 2013 by counting up the more evenly spaced rings on the exterior of the shell, which totaled 507. Now that's good to know, but Ming probably wasn't in the mood to blow out any candles in order for those studies to be carried out properly. Ming pretty much had to be dismembered. Scientists, what the fuck? Leave Ming alone!
No.
Now, it's often wrongly reported that the scientists killed poor old Ming in order to determine its age, but that's not really the case, as it had already been killed during what may have been its first encounter with human scientists. It was first dragged from the comfort of its Icelandic seabed in 2000s. Scientists, right? Hey, what's that? What's that? They're just curious motherfuckers, aren't they? By a team of scientific researchers from Bangor University in the UK who were collecting clams as part of a project to help study the effects of climate change. Ming was just one of...
Hey, I'm a scientist.
Ooh, what do you do? Like rocket science?
No, I look at clams. I'm a clam scientist.
Ming was just one of around 200 specimens picked up on that day, none of which were presumed to be particularly old or massively interesting in their own right. It's not entirely clear if the clams were all killed before they even made it into the research ship, or if they died when they were all frozen on board in preparation for easy transportation to the labs. Again. Scientists.
Yeah, we're going to look at clams to see if they're being affected by global warming.
Oh, how are you going to do that?
By killing them all!
But they were certainly long dead before the scientists waiting back at the labs got their hands on them and started hacking Ming and his friends to bits, initially unaware that they were dissecting the oldest known non-colonial animal on Earth. The public reaction to this turn of events was pretty hostile, and the scientists at Bangor University were condemned by some as callous murderers. I mean, steady on. They're not murderers, it's a fucking clam. Yeah, it's an old-ass clam, but if you shoot an old horse in the face, no one's gonna be upset. Maybe they would be. Oh, Black Beauty. Your time has come. That dodgy knee, It's not dodgy. It's dodgy now, isn't it? I have no idea where that came from. One of the researchers, James Scorse, pointed out in response that thousands of ocean quahogs are caught and killed commercially every year, often ending up in clam chowder. There's every chance that you have eaten part of an ocean quahog, which was even older than the mighty Ming. In their defense, scientists have also pointed out that collecting and studying clams helps us to explore how oceans have changed over the centuries and offers insight into how some animals can live for such an unfathomably long time. Yeah, forget it. I mean, if cutting open Ming the clam gave me an extra year of life, I'd be like, crack open his soul, scientists. Let's get in there and find his secrets. It might even help us to unlock the forbidden secrets of human immortality, but it seems to me that the wisest strategy for any creature hoping to stay alive for hundreds of years is to try and avoid blundering, meddlesome humans. Ming should have legged it at the first sign of trouble. Peter Pan died young and alone. On March the 30th, 1968, a dead body was discovered by two young children playing in an empty apartment in an East Village neighborhood of Lower Manhattan in New York City. Oh no! Wait, are we not talking about fictional Peter Pan? Are we going to be talking about like actor Peter Pan or something?
No. Yes.
The body was lying in a cot, or a camp bed as we like to call them in the UK. Yeah, a cot's somewhere where you put a baby. A camp bed is like a bed that you fold away and goes out like if you don't have a guest room or something. Surrounded by beer bottles, and it remained unidentified for a year after it was buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. Nobody could have known at the time, but the body belonged to 31-year-old Peter Pan. One of the most useful things I learned as a kid from the original 1904 Peter Pan play by J.M. Barrie and the many subsequent adaptations is that all it takes for a human to begin to fly is a relatively cheerful disposition. Alright, Daddy, give that a try.
Look how happy I am today. Woo!
And now you're dead because you jumped off a building, you idiot. Not you, Danny. I was just making a joke. Don't call Toby in HR. Just think of a wonderful thing. This, I was led to believe, is the same as having wings. Before you start leaping from your windowsills, though, here's a quick safety tip. It turns out that you actually also need a decent supply of fairy dust, which I suppose is quite tricky to source, even on the dark web. Perhaps the most famous adaptation of Peter Pan was the 1953 animated movie from Disney, which naturally pours a bucket load of wholesome treacle over some of the darker elements of the original play, but is still a deeply enchanting masterpiece in its own right. Yeah, I remember liking Peter Pan as a kid, even though it was a little bit creepy. Dude, what was that? What's that mega creepy one? I think it was from before Peter Pan with the elephant with the ears. Dumbo. That movie is fucking scary as shit. That one where they're all like, they're kids and they go and they're like drinking beers and they're smoking cigars and playing pool and then they start becoming donkeys. That used to scare the shit out of me. And now I drink beers and smoke cigars all the time, yet to turn into a donkey. That one, even though it's a really bad thing, just is a relative. Like a bed that you fold away and goes out like if you don't have a guest room or something. Help us to scientists. Let's get in there and find his secrets. It might even help us to unlock the forbidden secrets of human immortality, but it seems to me that the wisest strategy for any creature hoping to stay alive for hundreds of years is to try and avoid blundering, meddlesome humans. Ming should have legged it at the first sign of trouble. Peter Pan died young and alone. On March the 30th, 1968, a dead body was discovered by two young children playing in an empty apartment in an East Village neighborhood of Lower Manhattan in New York City. Oh no! Wait, are we not talking about fictional Peter Pan? Are we going to be talking about like actor Peter Pan or something?
No. Yes.
The body was lying in a cot, or a camp bed as we like to call them in the UK. Yeah, a cot's somewhere where you put a baby. A camp bed is like a bed that you fold away and goes out like if you don't have a guest room or something. Surrounded by beer bottles, and it remained unidentified for a year after it was buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. Nobody could have known at the time, but the body belonged to 31-year-old Peter Pan. One of the most useful things I learned as a kid from the original 1904 Peter Pan play by J.M. Barrie and the many subsequent adaptations is that all it takes for a human to begin to fly is a relatively cheerful disposition. Alright, Daddy, give that a try.
Look how happy I am today. Woo!
And now you're dead because you jumped off a building, you idiot. Not you, Danny. I was just making a joke. Don't call Toby in HR. No, dead because you jumped off a building, you idiot. Not you, Danny. I was just making a joke. Don't call Toby in HR. To fly is a relatively cheerful disposition. Alright, Daddy, give that a try.
Look how happy I am today. Woo!
And now you're dead because you jumped off a building, you idiot. Not you, Danny. I was just making a joke. Don't call Toby in HR. Just think of a wonderful thing. This, I was led to believe, is the same as having wings. Before you start leaping from your windowsills, though, here's a quick safety tip. It turns out that you actually also need a decent supply of fairy dust, which I suppose is quite tricky to source, even on the dark web. Perhaps the most famous adaptation of Peter Pan was the 1953 animated movie from Disney, which naturally pours a bucket load of wholesome treacle over some of the darker elements of the original play, but is still a deeply enchanting masterpiece in its own right. Yeah, I remember liking Peter Pan as a kid, even though it was a little bit creepy. Dude, what was that? What's that mega creepy one? I think it was from before Peter Pan with the elephant with the ears. Dumbo. Dumbo. That movie is fucking scary as shit. That one where they're all like, they're kids and they go and they're like drinking beers and they're smoking cigars and playing pool and then they start becoming donkeys. That used to scare the shit out of me. And now I drink beers and smoke cigars all the time. Yet to turn into a donkey. Amazing. The voice of the boy who never grew up is provided here by 16-year-old Bobby Driscoll, who was also used as a live-action reference model for the character. But despite his youth, Bobby's glittering career had already peaked by the time the end credits rolled over Neverland. Born in 1937 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, young Bobby had shot to fame in the 1940s as one of Hollywood's biggest child stars, chalking up appearances in such Disney classics as Treasure Island and So Dear to My Heart, and picking up miniature Oscar statuette when he won a Juvenile Academy Award in 1950. He also starred in the 1946 Disney film Song of the South, but let's not go there today. However, within just weeks of the cinematic premiere of his most iconic role as Peter Pan in 1953, Bobby Driscoll's relationship with Disney Studios came to a rather abrupt end when his contract was suddenly terminated. The official reason was that unlike Peter Pan, Bobby had started to grow up and was now suffering from a severe case of acne, which clashed with Disney's world of physical perfection. The unofficial reason was that the movie mogul Howard Hughes had just purchased RKO Radio Pictures, which was then the distributor of Disney's films, and he absolutely hated child stars. Hughes had allegedly insisted on getting rid of a whole raft of younger actors, including Bobby Driscoll, who Hughes was said to have found particularly annoying. I have to say, child stars, whatever, kids' movies, children need to be in shows and stuff, but sometimes, me and my wife will choose a show on Netflix, and you'll be watching it and you're like, oh no, this is a young adult thing, isn't it? Because it's just got teenagers in it, or 16, 17, 18-year-olds. And I just find those really annoying. I'm just like, this isn't for me, I'm an adult now. I don't want to watch, teenage dramas. But on Netflix, it's hard because you're like, ooh, this looks like an exciting show. And then you're like, oh, it's young adult.
Sorry, that means conversational time is HOLLiiWOOD.
Cruelly cast out by Disney, Bobby continued to work on a smaller scale on television and radio in the 1950s, but had already turned to heroin at the age of 17. Fucking hell. As he later put it himself, I was earning more than $50,000 a year working steadily with good parts. Then I started putting all my spare time in my arm. Jesus Christ, when did he say this? 1950s? That $550,000 a year is going to be like, what? I'd totally ballpark it at 700 grand a year at 17. Fuck hell. After spending a few months imprisoned in the Narcotic Rehabilitation Center of the California Institute in 1961, Bobby later struggled to find work or security of any kind. And yes, it was indeed his 31-year-old body that was found by two young kids in 1968, surrounded by beer bottles and religious pamphlets. It's not entirely clear how the final few undocumented years of his life had led him to a cot in an abandoned tenement, but I imagine they weren't exactly sprinkled with fairy dust. The unidentified body was ruled to have died from heart failure caused by drug use. 17. Jesus, that's brutal. Or I don't know when he died. It doesn't say 17 there, but I'm just imagining heart failure at 17. It wasn't until a year later that his mother's attempts to find her missing son resulted in a fingerprint match with the body buried on Hart Island, and the news wasn't picked up by the media until 1972. The remains of Bobby Driscoll are still there on Hart Island, but the final tragedy is that nobody even knows the exact location of his final resting spot, as the burial records were destroyed in a fire. It feels like such an unfitting departure for a man who enraptured millions of young viewers in his role as the boy who never grew up. The strange condition, which sounds quite appealing in many respects, but is absolutely useless for buying alcohol, cigarettes, and pornography. Yeah, but you'd have the mind of a 30-year-old, right? At some point, or however old you are. And your ID would be 30, so you'd go into the store
Hello! 1 case of beer, please!
and they'd be like, gonna need to see some ID, mate. And then you'll be like,
Okay!
and you're like, 37.
Yes! Yes, I'm Peter Pan! I have the Peter Pan thing!
I mean, rubbish. Why dogs love squeaky toys. Ah, the innocence of watching a play. Oh, it's because it's the sound of animals dying, right? I don't know this, but that's got to be it. Ah, the sweet innocence of watching a playful dog go mad for a squeaky toy. If nothing else, it keeps them quiet for half an hour. Yeah, my in-laws have a dog that is loud and aggressive and always running around and doing crazy shit. Will never stop, just constant energy. It gets a toy, a squeaky toy or whatever, that shit will last like 20 minutes and then it's completely destroyed. Like, you don't even know. I don't even know how it's possible. I couldn't destroy it, but that dog somehow manages. Well, no, that's not quite right. The whole experience is usually unbearably noisy and irritating, but who cares? Let them have their simple pleasure.
Speak. Good boy.
There isn't, truthfully, a single reason why dogs love squeaky toys so much, as it can largely depend on the nature of the individual dog and why they were bred by humans in the first place. Some dogs do seem to make an emotional connection with the toy and protect it as if it was a baby, not like indoors dogs. He destroys it. He destroys that. Others aren't even interested at all, as they were bred to avoid silly distractions and keep their noses on the trail. But dog trainers and experts around the world agree that a huge proportion of dogs love squeaky toys for one very specific and quite brutal reason, which might make you go queasy the next time your dog is happily ripping one to shreds in pure delight. That little squeak mimics the final whimpering cry of dying prey, which encourages the dog to viciously move into the kill. Fucking hell. It's like all that dog that is destroying those toys and all he's thinking about is death and murder. And the reason they love to rip out all the stuffing is because they feel the need to pull out the entrails of the poor doomed creature to get to the juicy stuff inside.
That is up.
In that respect, it must feel a bit disappointing for the dog when such dedicated dismembering yields little more than a crap plastic whistle squeaker as serious choke hazard, which you wouldn't usually expect to find hidden among the internal organs of a genuine kill in the wild. But that won't stop them from having another go next time with typical boundless doggy optimism. It may all sound a bit gruesome, but playing with squeaky toys comes packaged with a wide range of physical and mental benefits for dogs, although it might help the owner if they came packaged with a few headache tablets. I'd highly recommend going for those ultrasonic toys, which make a sound that can only be picked up by the dog's ears rather than the whole neighborhood. Does that exist? Oh my god, I love that. Because that squeaking is very annoying. Like that 20 minutes before the toy's destroyed, it's like... If only the dog could hear that, that'd be brilliant. I've just bought about 50 of them from my mate, Shifty Sean, who swore on his grandmother's life that they all work. Strange, though, the dog doesn't seem that interested in them. The Curious Birthday on Mars. Most of us probably remember the best birthday we ever had, and I suspect it wasn't a particularly recent one. I have to say I don't. Like, I got no problems, like birthdays are fine, I've had many enjoyable birthdays. Does a specific one stand out? Not really. Some of us may also remember the saddest birthday we ever had. I feel blessed to have enjoyed the vast majority of my birthday celebrations, but I do remember one from many moons ago where I wished I'd never got out of bed. I don't remember a particularly bad one either, so I'm curious about this, Danny. I'd arranged an exciting gathering down at the village pub for about 20 or 30 people, and about 20 or 30 people had agreed to attend, but that morning saw the first surprise heavy snowfall of the season, and if you live outside of the UK, you might not be aware that the slight single snowdrop over here is enough to cripple public services and grind the panicked nation to a halt. Yeah, no one in the UK knows how to drive in the snow. Until I moved to Czech Republic, I had no idea how to drive in the snow. Like, if I went out, you'd just be like, oh! And now I know how to drive in the snow. But, like, we just don't know how to do that in the UK because it so rarely happens. And when it does, everyone's like, not going to work today. Or if you're at work and it snows, not going home. Crazy. I figured this might affect the turnout quite a bit, but I still shoved on my wellies and trudged through the snow to reach the pub in the hope of seeing at least a few of the more weather-hardy faces. Not a single soul turns up. Oh, that's brutal. I felt obliged to sit there on my own for about 4 hours just in case any latecomers put in an appearance, but it was not to be. After closing, I thought I'd cheer myself up a bit by trudging all the way to the kebab house for a lonesome birthday supper, but it had shut early due to inclement weather. Danny, that's rubbish. I'm sorry. It was very tempting to sing a sardonic verse of Happy Birthday to myself on the way home, but I hadn't quite sung that low. And that must surely be one of the saddest sounds of the universe, a lone rendition of Happy Birthday to Me, sung in complete solitude.
Happy birthday to me.
It must feel even worse when there's nobody else about for a good 140 million miles. So take a moment to consider the birthday celebrations of the Curiosity rover on Mars, which gave a melancholic rendition of the song to itself on its very first birthday. Well, kinda. The rover first landed on Mars in 2012 on a solo mission to explore the red planet's climate and geology and assess the feasibility of colonization by the Illuminati. Hey? It is often widely reported that the Curiosity rover is programmed to sing a verse of Happy Birthday to itself every year on August the 5th, but that's a little wrong on all counts. For starters, it doesn't really sing any words at all. It more just kind of vibrates. The silly boffins at NASA forgot to include any speech chips or a loudspeaker when they constructed Curiosity, so it's going to have great difficulty in making much conversation with any passing Martians or mushroom men. But it does vibrate at various different frequencies while collecting and analyzing soil samples to ensure that every speck of Martian soil gets shaken out of the scoop and into the analysis chamber. So in preparation for Curiosity's first birthday in 2013, NASA decided to celebrate the anniversary of the successful landing on Mars by sending it a program which would get the rover to vibrate to the exact frequencies that make up the tune of Happy Birthday. Can you imagine if they did this and it like overloaded a motor or something because it was like too much vibrating, it was like too random, like and then it just fries Curiosity and they're like, "Well, that was however many billions that was." To be honest, the tinny result sounds not unlike the migraine-inducing noises that got spat out of those really crap handheld video games from the 1980s. But at least it had a go at getting into the birthday spirit, and as far as I know, Warner Brothers decided against sending a representative to Mars to claim royalties on the track that they believed they owned at the time, although the copyright claim was later declared invalid in 2015. But it's also a myth. The Curiosity's shaky rendition of the song is an annual event. NASA could only be bothered to do it once. Florence Tan, the Deputy Chief Technologist at NASA's Science Museum Directorate, that's a mouthful, apologized to The Atlantic if her explanation sounded cold and unfeeling, but there was no scientific value in transmitting the happy birthday commands every year, as such a pointless move would only drain the rover's nuclear battery and effectively hasten Curiosity's demise. Sounds a bit harsh. I'm sure that drinking 12 pints of my Cornish cider on my birthday every year only hastens my own demise, but I'm still game. While all this may sound a little sad, Curiosity's rendition of the song ultimately got a far bigger audience than most after the rover's version was uploaded to the internet. Back on my worst birthday ever, when I was banging my head in frustration against the closed door of the kebab house, the only audience I had was a police officer who insisted on checking my pocket for drugs. To be fair, he did wish me happy birthday afterwards, which just goes to prove that there's always a flicker of light in these savage shadows of suffocating darkness. I have to say, Danny, it was less sad than I thought, which is kind of nice. And they didn't fuck up my day. I'm going to have a great fucking day, Danny. Right now, in fact. Thanks for being here. Is that lawyer speak, or is he talking about cock? If you've ever had a new and brilliant idea, Kevin who wrote today's video, I have brilliant ideas every day, like the idea for this channel. You might have considered getting yourself a patent on that idea to allow you 10 to 20 years of exclusive rights to profit off your invention. I don't think I can patent this, can I? They'll be like, what are you trying to patent, bag boy? Get real. No one's gonna steal this bag boy, even if they wanted to. It's shit.
Things could be worse. I could be that guy.
Research into developing worthwhile innovations can take a lot of time and money, and without the exclusivity granted by patents, people would be disincentivized from ever creating anything new. Why waste your own time and money developing new technology when you can let somebody else do all of the heavy lifting and then just profit by copying their homework? Yes! Wait, that sounds good. Copying homework is the way to go. Or maybe, allegedly, if you're a child watching, go do your homework and do it yourself. Definitely don't flick to the back. We had a book in school.
And now as far as the tangent.
Like a maths book that had the answers in the back. And I'm like, they're like, it's an honor system. I'm like, f the honor system.
Hey, you're ruining it for the rest of us!
Or maybe you're just a patent troll with no intention of actually creating a product. Instead, you want to patent vaguely worded technological processes that could potentially allow you to... that could potentially allow you to sue people rather than get a real job. But trolls aside, patents are generally considered to be an overall good thing for society. The potential financial rewards help drive innovation, and to date there have been nearly 12 million patents granted in the United States. Holy shit, isn't that like one patent, like
10, it's like 1 in 30 people have a patent or something. That's a lot. I mean, I'm sure like Apple file like 9,000 a year for every possible thing that anyone in their company's ever come up with. Of course, not every patent can be a winner. If the percentage of patents rejected has been consistent over the last 200 plus years, which I can't guarantee, then the US has rejected nearly 8 million patents. Of those, hundreds, if not thousands, were for perpetual motion machines, to the point that the patent office won't even allow you to submit them anymore.
In this house, we obey the laws of thermodynamics.
That sounds like a cover-up, doesn't it? That sounds like big oil trying to keep us all down. But sometimes horrible patents do slip through the cracks. For example, in a decision that has defied logic and baffled experts for decades, Smuckers, what the fuck is Smuckers, received a patent for their uncrustable sandwiches. What the fuck is what is this? This is something very American. It's patenting some sort of sandwich.
So, none of this should cause you any ill effect. I went to a little farm in Normandy for the wheat and the lettuce and tomato, and I thoroughly examined and comforted the pig before I slaughtered it for the ham.
The patent office actually approved a patent for a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with the crust cut off, something that parents have been doing for spoiled kids for decades. Yeah, Kevin, also like spoiled kids, but also when the kid's like, I won't eat it with the crust, so he's like, oh, fine, just eat something so I can go. Please, just eat it, for God's sake. Or don't. Just go hungry, I don't care, but you're not getting ice cream. Technically, the part that Smuckers claimed as novel was crimping the edges of the bread to create a pocket of food, kind of like a calzone. That's not actually novel, though. It's what Simon would refer to as a pasty, and it has been a popular food in England for 1,000 years. Wait, Kevin, do you know what a pasty is, mate? That's not what a pasty is. A pasty's made with, that stuff that pies go in. Why the f*** can't I remember what pies go in? It's like that flour thing that they... Why the f*** can't I remember? Pastry!
Daddy, chill.
Pasty, pastry. Pasties are made with pastry, not bread. Imagine going to Cornwall for a Cornish pasty and they'd be like, here it is. And you're like, what is this? Oh, it's a sausage rolled in bread. And I'm like, well, that's closer to a hot dog, isn't it, you douche? It's absolutely not something that should have been patentable in 2001. To be fair, though, while allowing the patent was absurd, uncrustable sandwiches aren't a terrible idea, and if Smuckers wants to sponsor this video, then I'll happily say that they were a brilliant idea. I'd also have to find out what Smuckers is. It's a terrible name, Smuckers. It sounds like a mix between smut and fuckers, which is just not something you really want to have in your name, is it, Smuckers? Allegedly, in my opinion. Then I'll happily say that they were a brilliant I read that already.
Professionalism.
The same cannot be said for every invention that receives a patent, however. Sometimes the ideas are horrible, useless, or downright insane. That's not to say that those patents weren't novel enough to warrant approval, they just feature things that should have never been invented. Time to die. What would you do if you knew the exact moment that you were going to die? For most people, it would be a combination of liberating and terrifying.
How long do I have to live?
Ooh, dibs on a CD player.
Yeah, it would be liberating if it was like, you got 80 more years back, boy. I'd be like, oh, dope. 130? I'll take that. No, 180 more years. 120. How the f*** old am I? Why is my math so shit? Look, I'll be old. But it could also be like 3 weeks. You'd be like, oh, for fuck's sake, really? That's not enough time? What the f*** am I... Why is... How?
Well, it's occasionally off by a few seconds, what with free will and all.
It would be great to know that anything you did, no matter how stupid, was not going to kill you until the predetermined time, but once that time grew near, a person could easily become consumed with terror and anxiety about how exactly they were going to go. Now, what if instead of just having the knowledge somewhere in the back of your mind, you could keep a handy reminder on your body of exactly how much time you had left to live, like Spawn's necroplasm counter. Except, unlike Spawn, what is this? Oh, this is a fictional thing that I've just never heard of. Wait, what's that movie with Justin Timberlake where he's got like a tattoo with how long he's got left to live on and he can steal time from rich people or some shit like that? In Time? That was a bad movie.
Correct.
But great concept, bad movie. You couldn't just increase your countdown every time Todd McFarlane decided he wanted more money.
I understood that reference.
This is the basis behind the patent of US 503-1161A, the life expectancy timepiece.
Behold, the death clock.
Obviously, there's no way to know exactly when you're going to die without non-existent mystical powers, but you can still make a guess. The life expectancy timepiece utilized actuarial data with adjustments based on your hereditary factors as well as information about your lifestyle. The watch would then contain your estimated life expectancy, displaying how many years, days, hours, minutes, and seconds you had left to live. To be clear, this is the only information that it displayed. The patented device did not include a regular clock display.
Yo! You being a smartass?
Even though the watch was designed to ask its owner all the pertinent questions to calculate how much time they had left, a fairly impressive feat for a watch in 1991, they still included all the actuarial tables in their patent application. The benefit of this is that the patent includes all the data used to predict your death, and I have to say I find some of the calculations a bit suspect. The baseline for each person starts with the average life expectancy for a man or woman in the United States, but the adjustments seem almost arbitrary. Well, good news, I live in Europe, but we're going to live slightly longer. Despite America spending a fortune more on its health service, which I don't understand. Like, why? Is all that why is American life expectancy shorter than poorer countries that are poorer than it? Like, America's the richest, right? So why is life expectancy slightly shorter? Don't know. For example, if you're poor, you can knock 3 years off your life. Good news for me. If you're wealthy, you can also knock 3 years off. Oh no! What the fuck? I spent all this time making money and now this? According to these tables, smoking 1 pack of cigarettes every 4 days is significantly worse than if you smoke cigars or a pipe. Well, good news, I only smoke cigars. What a giant shame. No need to break out a cigar. But as long as you regularly exercise, you can smoke 3 packs a day and the two things will cancel each other out. It's not how it works. You also get to add 1 year to your life expectancy for every year each parent lived past 70, which just doesn't make sense. According to these tables, if both your parents live until they're 90, you can expect to live until you're 118. And if you're married and live in a small town, you can bump that up to 127. But regardless of how nonsensical, no one lives that long. Has anyone ever lived to 127? But regardless of how nonsensical these calculations are, it doesn't matter. There's virtually no market for something like this. A similar product was sold on Kickstarter in 2014. What about the patent? One that actually included a local time in the display, and it barely moved 2,000 units with virtually no sales since the initial Kickstarter campaign. I'm amazed it sold 2,000, to be honest, but that's Kickstarter for you. Kickstarter, I feel like their tagline could be, where people will buy any old that might not ever be delivered. Unsurprisingly, it received mostly negative reviews as well, not because the product didn't perform as advertised, but because the owners were all disappointed at the constant reminder of how much longer they had to endure life on this godforsaken planet. Double bicycle? What does it mean? This entry is going to be a blast from the past, back all the way to 1905, and it was a big year for America. Teddy Roosevelt and the Supreme Court established the government's right to dismantle corporate monopolies.
Haven't used it since.
Las Vegas was founded, and Wilbur Wright made a 39-minute flight, the first flight to last over half an hour. But while Americans were trying to perfect the air, the government's right to dismantle corporate monopolies.
Haven't used it since.
Las Vegas was founded, and Wilbur Wright made a 39-minute flight, the first flight to last over half an hour. But while Americans were trying to perfect the airplane, in Germany somebody was designing an entirely new vehicle to breathe new life into a boring old trick. Ever since the late 1860s, a popular circus trick was for a bicycle to loop the loop, which is sick, to be honest. I'd love to see that. Somebody would take a bike to the top of a tall ramp. Oh, wait, they're not doing it under their own steam? Well, shit, I could do that.
But you didn't.
Then they would shoot down the ramp to gain speed before entering a looped track, like a Hot Wheels car. People would look on in awe as the bike continued to drive along. This is the past for you. People in the past were impressed by any old shit. Now I'd be like, well, yeah, that's physics. That's what happens when you go fast into a loop-the-loop. Sometimes things would go wrong and the rider would fall into a net, but it's pretty simple physics, so the trick was usually an uneventful success. But after almost 4 decades, audiences were growing tired of the trick. Motorcycles existed by 1905, but they couldn't yet reach the 40 to 65 miles per hour to reach around...
What?
To drive around in the globe of death. Is that thing where they spin round at like 90 degrees? That is awesome, and I'd love to see that.
and there really wasn't anything that could be done to make the traditional bicycle trick more exciting. It wasn't possible to get enough speed to do 2 loops in a row, and the loops couldn't really be made any bigger either. Something needed to be done to reinvigorate interest in these hackneyed performances, and German inventor Karl Langer believed he had the answer. Enter patent US 790063A. I love that you're just including all the patent numbers so we can go look them up or something, Kevin.
Because I believe in being thorough.
The double bicycle for looping the loops. Simon, I know you normally don't use your iPad for Brain Blaze, but I'm going to include a picture anyway if you want to check it out for how utterly ridiculous this invention was. Yeah, but Kevin, that would mean I have to go to my computer and open up the PDF and look at it, and I'm just going to imagine this double bicycle in my mind, okay? Even if Simon isn't looking at the image, I'm sure Sam and or Lorelei has put it on the screen for the rest of you. Sam and or Lorelei who edit these videos. Thank you guys. What can I say except you're welcome? And yes, that is effectively just 2 bicycles welded together, and you'll be forgiven for having absolutely no clue what the purpose was supposed to serve. Reading the patent itself isn't particularly helpful either, as I'm pretty sure Carl used whatever the 1905 equivalent of Google Translate was before shipping his patent application from Germany to America. Why doesn't he just patent that shit in Germany? Like, what's he gonna do? It's 1905, what's he gonna do? Hop on a steamer and spend like 4 weeks crossing the Atlantic and be like, prepare to have your minds blown, America, I've got a double bicycle, woo! It took me several attempts to finally figure out how this invention was supposed to improve upon the classic circus trick, and the results are a bit underwhelming. The patent made several references to a mutilated track. I was struggling to read that word because it just seems so out of place. Like, why would mutilated be a word here? And we're gonna just blame 1905 Google Translate, which I initially thought was a mistranslation. However, it's less a mistranslation and more of a poor word choice. You see, performing the regular trick with this double bicycle would be pointless and stupid. The same 2 wheels would be touching the track the entire time, making the second upside-down bicycle entirely superfluous and ornamental. Well, ornamental can still be cool. Like, would I rather see a tandem bike do the loop-the-loop? Yes! I don't know why, but I would. Ornaments, yay! However, Carl's bike was designed to be driven on a modified broken loop. The trick would begin as normal, but once the rider reached the top of the loop, the track that the main bicycle was driving on would end, and there would be a second piece of track that the double bicycle would catch with a second set of wheels, allowing the rider to complete the trick while still upside down. Is that a more impressive trick? Definitely not, especially because I can't even imagine how it would end without the bike falling over. Well, it'd be very impressive if they did it without the bike falling over, which was maybe the point. It generally requires the use of your legs standing on the ground, but that wouldn't be an option here. Even if the whole contraption didn't immediately tip over, the rider's entire weight would now be supported by the little neck rest, which I'm sure is just begging to cause an injury. Yes, but the risk of injury is kind of why we find these things so impressive, isn't it? It's like we're watching the acrobats, and it's like, if they were completely safe all the time, you'd be like, well, yeah. I mean, I'd give that a crack. But the fact that they can immediately just fall into a net or possibly die, it's like, well, that's why I like it, because maybe they'll die. Which sounds crazy, because obviously I don't want to see people die, but it certainly adds to the excitement of things, doesn't it? It was like that crash in Formula 1 where Grosjean just slams into the barrier. And I only follow Formula 1 by the excellent Netflix series Drive to Survive, but a mate of mine's really into Formula 1, and he's like, bro, I think I just watched someone die on live TV, because I'm sure we'll get copyright claimed the shit out of for playing this. So Lorelei or Sam, just include like the still frames of how insane this crash was.
Yes, Master.
Because you watch that and you're like, nah, like his car's just disappeared. And he's like, oh, I just hurt my hand. And you're like, oh my God, that's why it's exciting. Because you're like, he walked away. And then he stopped racing Formula 1 because, well, he was like, if someone was going to get into a crash, it would be Grosjean. But as dumb as an idea as the bicycle was, the best part of this patent is its classification. I don't know if somebody at the patent office did this as a joke, but the double bicycle for looping the loop is listed under the classification code A61H3/04, wheeled walking aids for disabled persons. The double bike is definitely not suitable for a person that is already disabled, but it does seem to pretty much guarantee to break your neck. Microsoft's Avoid Ghettos patent. Really? It all began in 2009, when Lauren Rosenberg was hit by a motorcycle while following Google Maps' walking directions on her phone. She filed a $100,000 lawsuit against Google, who had already been purchased by Microsoft at this point. What?
Let me read that again. She filed a $100,000 lawsuit against Google, who had already been purchased by Microsoft at that point. Kevin, I'm pretty sure that Microsoft doesn't own Google. Am I smoking the crack right now? I feel like I'd know if my business daddy's daddy was Microsoft.
What?
YouTube is owned by Google, and Google is owned by Alphabet, which is a publicly traded company. Microsoft is separate. Okay, I don't know, that seems like a pretty big factual error. Unless Kevin's going to be like, just kidding.
That's the reason Kevin got fired.
Claiming negligence by sending her down what was essentially a highway with no sidewalk. It's largely regarded as a frivolous lawsuit, in no small part because Google Maps displayed a warning at the time stating that walking directions were still in beta and further advising use caution, this route may be missing sidewalks or pedestrian paths. The lawsuit was dismissed for multiple reasons. Most crucially, the court found that Google didn't have any duty of care of responsibilities over Lauren just because she was using their app. The court also stated that it is clear that Google was not required to anticipate that a user of Google Maps service would cross the road without looking for cars. It was a big win for Google, even if the result was completely expected. But there was one minor caveat. Google had filed a motion to keep the case from being publicly disclosed, which was denied. This meant that even though they won, the idea that it was possible to attempt a lawsuit over potentially dangerous GPS directions was out in public now. Microsoft wanted to combat this eventuality before it became a serious annoyance, so they immediately got to work designing a solution to the problem. Again, I'm wondering, Microsoft I'm still thinking about that. And that solution was patent US 8090532B2, titled Pedestrian Route Production and granted in 2012. It's pretty straightforward and honestly rather pedestrian title. But at least it delivered on its promise. The patent was for a process that would create a specific pedestrian path for GPS. At its core, it was actually a really good idea. Up until that point, all GPS routing systems were designed with vehicles in mind rather than pedestrians. Making people walk along the same routes that cars had to utilize was not ideal, as people on foot can often take much more direct path from point A to point B. Yeah, I recently moved house, and for some unknown reason, Google Maps is always like, oh yeah, no, just walk around the block. Just walk around the block before. So it always adds a good 5 minutes onto anywhere I want to go, because it just assumes I have to walk out my house, go all the way around the block, back to where my house is, and then start walking. It's like, why is that this thing? I can see the shop from my house. Why does it say it's 15 minutes away?
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
By utilizing alleys and footpaths, climbing hills and whatever else, this new system was supposed to find the fastest pedestrian shortcuts possible so that you might be able to reach your destination on foot faster than somebody could in a car. It all sounds super reasonable, so what went wrong? Well, in this case, it wasn't the idea that was crazy, it was the way that Microsoft described the methodology for their algorithm that sounded crazy. Just like vehicle routing tries to correct for things like car crashes, it does? Oh, if there's been a car crash, not if it's a particularly dangerous... That would be a good feature. It's like, yes, I'm extremely scared. Can you avoid roads that have certain numbers of crashes? That'd be kind of clever.
Patent pending.
Because where I used to live, 2 places back, outside, I don't know what was dangerous about it, but I always drive super carefully when I go down that road, because constantly there'd be cars crashing into each other. There was this weird junction, but it wasn't that weird. It was a curved road, and then there was a junction that came onto it, and always they'd be like, psh, and you're like, oh yeah, another crash. Government never did anything about it. It's still exactly the same as it was. Why not introduce a better, or traffic lights maybe, so people stop constantly crashing their cars into each other, government? Come on, get it together. It's not that hard. Just a traffic light. It'll be good. There'd be much less accidents. After all, you wouldn't want to be sent up a steep hill in the ice and snow. But Microsoft included some other factors in their calculations as well, like crime statistics and demographic information. Demographic information is what car do you drive? Bentley. Well, we're going to have to reroute you because you don't want to drive through that neighborhood where the poors live. The patent was granted on January the 3rd, 2012, and thanks to that little detail, by January the 9th, it was already being reported by news outlets across the globe as the Avoid Ghettos patent. The thing is, the patent was extremely vague. They obviously weren't going to include their entire algorithm. It was just a brief summary of the factors that would be taken into account. But that was worse, especially since they mentioned demographic information as a factor, because it left everything open to people's imagination. Exactly. Was the app only going to direct you away from areas where there was an armed robbery in progress, the same way it would steer drivers away from currently gridlocked traffic? Can you imagine ways for walking? It's report event, and it's armed robbery in progress, murder. How about instead of being reporting it in ways, phone the police?
Or was it just going to have pedestrians avoid any neighborhood that Microsoft thought had a few too many black people? We never got the answer to that question because Microsoft's official policy was not to comment on submitted or approved patent applications, but considering the massive amount of negative publicity that they were getting over this patent, you'd think they would have addressed it. Yeah, also this does feel like the media just blowing something up. Then again, maybe they wanted to keep their mouths shut and let people worry about an app they believed was promoting systemic racism. If the routing system was designed in good faith and was intended to keep people away from active crime rather than actually being an avoid ghettos app, it was to Microsoft's advantage to let people focus all of their attention on manufactured outrage. That way, they wouldn't read further into the patent and find a little detail that was barely reported on. Further down in the description of how the algorithm was going to work, the patent stated various features can integrate with root presentment. That is such a patent word, like presentment. That is like, it's like one of those words that lawyers charge you more for.
Permission to say lawyered? I'll allow it. Lawyered.
Such as integrating an advertisement targeted to a pedestrian with a directions set. What did I just read? While the previous portion of the algorithm was only potentially problematic, this one almost certainly was. It definitely sounds like Microsoft was saying that rather than ensuring that you were given the shortest possible pedestrian route, you would instead be given the shortest route that also took you past whatever billboards or stores they wanted you to see. Oh my, that's clever. Oh, I love that. They could also potentially show you an advertisement. It'd be like, for me, they'd just be like, well, we know we gotta get an affiliate deal with KFC. They will just route Simon past all the KFCs, and they'll be stopping you there for a chicken sandwich, a little bite of their fried chicken there, a little bit of chicken popcorn there. Be like, yes, please. I like this, Microsoft. I want to be victimized in this case. They could also potentially show you an advertisement for something in the app moments before you walked by it. For example, if Google knew from all your data that you are a fan of
I'm having a stroke up here.
A frequent eater of burritos, it could send you a minute or two out of your way to ensure you walked past Taco Bell while flashing ads of freshly cooked burritos and tacos. And speaking of burritos, Eddie, please don't fuck your burritos. Okay, how did we get here? In 1983, Eddie Burner was granted patent US 4399156A. For his readily portable burrito. Now you might be thinking, wait a minute, burritos are already readily portable. And, as a general rule, you'd be correct. But Eddie was taking the portable to a whole new level by introducing the burrito on a stick. Because why not make the already handheld meal of a burrito less convenient by introducing a piece of wood that you have to eat around?
No ball, stick.
How's that going to work? Burritos are big, and they're made of many constituent parts. You'd have to have like the tightest wrapped burrito ever. Originally, I wasn't going to say much about this particular patent. It's hilariously a bad idea, and it's crazy that the patent office, oh yeah, all of these were accepted. Actually accepted the patent for a burrito on a stick. Most of the patent application is just basic instructions on how to assemble and cook a burrito, but this time you do it with a stick inside the tortilla as well as the regular food items. Eddie even acknowledged that the filling of a burrito is squishy, if not juicy, causing people to eat them over a plate out of necessity. It's like he recognized that his burrito on a stick plan was just going to cause a lot of dirty shirts and food falling onto the ground. However, I think Eddie's choice of words in this application accidentally revealed how he came to the idea in the first place. The first sentence of his application reads, "The invention..."
You idiot, you can't read!
This invention relates to a portable food item, and more particularly to a Mexican-type food item, including a burrito mounted on an elongated member. Either is that lawyer speak, or is he talking about cock? Additionally, no less than 3 times throughout the application, there is some variation of the phrase "substantially rigid elongated member." While this potential origin story that makes me a little uncomfortable, like my uncle DGR always used to say, every hole is a chance for glory. Okay, that's your weird uncle. But even though I know it's not actually the case, part of me wants to argue that Eddie's invention was the single most brilliant attempt at patent trolling ever. Just imagine how much money a person could make if they could sue for every patent infringement every time somebody stuck a substantially rigid elongated member inside something that was squishy if not juicy. Please tell me that was intentional. That's incredible. You'll be looking at the world's first trillionaire, and that's where we end today's video. Thanks so much for being here. See you next time. Maybe, if you liked it. If not, I won't. In which case, I'll miss you. The honor system.
Mauya. 好みない。
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Brave Blaze. This one, weird laws from around the world, written by Dave. Thank you, Dave. Read by me. You're a revered leader, Simon. Someone was like in the comments, like I said, like, what, you're a revered leader. And someone was like, why does Simon think he's our revered leader?
Telling it like it is.
And I'm like, friend, it's just a joke. Unless you want me to be your revered leader, I'll be your revered leader. Let's buy a compound together and get some Kool-Aid. Up until now, everything that I've written for Simon has been entirely factual. I mean, I'm sure that somewhere in the close to 300,000 words I have written. Haven't? Jesus Christ. That's like 6 books. It does amaze me. Like, we do a lot of words. I read a lot of words. My guys write a lot of words. That's just one person. That's just Dave. How much? I wonder how many words I read a week. It's probably like at least a book. It's probably like a couple of books, right? That's pretty mad. And Simon has read, I've made a few mistakes, but I've never actually made anything up. Today, all of that changes. Oh, is this one of the guessing games? Is this a guessing game? I didn't know this was a guessing game. That's right, it's turn to time. It's turn to time to tub. Sorry, let's move on. Let's get it right. That's right, it's my turn to play the game brought to this channel many years ago by Danny. A game that, should I emerge victorious, just might get us some proper cigarettes and beer that is not Carling down here in the basement. You'd be lucky. Carling is the worst beer. Is Dave doing that on purpose? Because he knows I've brought up my particular hate of Carling. Along with, there's another beer called Sol, which I find tastes like blood. It's like a poor man's Corona. And Corona's not exactly a particularly strong starting place, but Carling, Carling's like, when I was a student, Carling was less than £2, I think, which is pretty remarkable. It's remarkably shite, in my opinion. So, sit back, relax, and post your own scores in the comment section, because today we're playing True or False Weird Laws from around the world. Let's go.
True or false?
Just before we dive back into today's video, let me give a quick shout out to our incredible sponsor today. That is Sheath Underwear. Sheath make the comfiest boxer briefs that you'll ever try. And look, if you're tired of boxers being too loose, briefs being too tight, that's me. Well, look, Sheath absolutely have to be your go-to. Look, I'm wearing a pair of Sheath right now, but a nice clean pair of Sheath right here to show you. And they're fantastic. They're stretchy, they fit right, they've got this pocket system so that all of your various parts are nicely separated, and you might think that sounds a bit weird. Try it out. Let me know what you think. It is, I mean, at first I was skeptical, and then I'm like, oh no, I see. That works. But also, if you're not feeling it that day, you don't have to do that. You can just wear them like a normal, super comfortable pair of underwear. Besides being the comfiest boxer briefs ever, Sheath is also your go-to for holiday gift shopping. And guess what? They've got new seasonal designs rolling out, so you can upgrade your underwear style. Plus, for those chilly days, they've got base layers as well. Trust me, you'll thank yourself later when you try a pair of Sheath underwear. And ladies, they're thinking of you too. They've got new bamboo women's line. Comfort knows no gender. Ready to make the switch? Head to sheathunderwear.com and snag the most comfortable underwear you'll ever wear. And don't forget to use the promo code BLAZE at checkout for an exclusive 20% off your order. That's sheathunderwear.com, promo code BLAZE. Thank you, Sheath. And now back to today's video. Before we get started, and to give Simon a chance to calibrate his lie detector, I thought I'd regale you with a story from my youth, which may or may not be true. During my late teens, I was fortunate enough to achieve a modicum of success playing drums in a heavy metal band. Skeptical. What do you mean by modicum of success? Did you win any BAFTAs?
No. That's not.
For some reason, our signature blend of Metallica covers alongside original tracks that were definitely not Metallica covers, but had they been heard by Lars Ulrich, might have landed us in no small amount of legal trouble, seems to be incredibly popular. Wait, if they're not covers, if you're just doing something really like another band, isn't that just called music? Because, yo, you listen to a band, you're like, oh, these guys sound just like these guys. And then they develop their own sound over time. It's just like the evolution of music, isn't it? For Simon's information, Lars Ulrich is the drummer from Metallica and is notorious for being a massive dick about any kind of copyright infringement, be it real or imagined. Okay, but like if the law says it's not, then it's not. If you're making a song that sounds like... There's a whole industry, by the way, built around sound-alikes, which is like where you can't use a song like... I don't know, like it used to be Happy Birthday, so be like, Happy Birthday to you. Can't use in a movie or whatever, so they'd be like, okay, we'll just do a sound alike, and it'll be like, happy birthday to you. It'll just be like really similar, but just different enough so that you don't get in legal trouble.
and obviously a lot cheaper to license. Anyway, toward the end of my music career, I was fortunate enough to play at several notable music venues across the south coast of England. After these shows, it was not uncommon for myself, along with the bass player and the lead vocalist and guitarist, who, for the sake of anonymity, I'll refer to as Aen. Why would you refer to him as Aen? A-E-N? I've never heard that name. I don't know how to pronounce it. Why couldn't you refer to him as just, you know, Bob and Blan? Oh, okay. So it's like, I see. His name's Ian, and the other guy's Blan? Alan, maybe? Ben and... Oh, I see. He swapped the names. He swapped the first letter of the names around, so it's Ben and Alan.
So much for anonymity.
Big brain. Also, Ben and Alan are super generic names, so I don't think there's any real risk here. Adding Dave to the bad. We've got Ben, Alan, and Dave. We should throw in a Tim in there, and we'll have the generic band of the century. I mean, I don't know why I'm saying that. Like, most people have generic names, don't they? My name is Simon. It is also generic. Both my kids have generic names. A friend of mine has non-generic name kids, and I'm not going to say their names because they're super non-generic. And I imagine if you Googled them, they'd be the only people with those names. But I remember, like, we were on a trip, and he was like, and I was like, by the way, he was like, it was his first kid, and I was like, my wife's pregnant, we're having a kid, and I'm like, holy shit, dude. And I'm like, what are you calling him or her? And he's like, well, we're not saying. And I'm like, if I guess it, can you tell me if it's correct? And I'm like, I was just gonna I came up with like a ridiculous name. It's like an obscure Bible name. So let's just say it's like, I don't know. I can't think of any Bible names.
Lucifer.
But I was just like, is it this name? And he's like, what the fuck? And it was. He just like couldn't believe it. He was like, did you talk to my wife? I was like, nope. What? I don't even know. I just randomly guessed. Boom. Let's move on. Let's carry on. Let's move on. Let's go.
Just do it!
Okay, so Ian and Ben and Dave and Tim, we're going back to the house of our manager's daughter to indulge in the consumption of some relaxing herbs, eh? On one such occasion, we indulged slightly too extravagantly in these herbs, which resulted in our complete supply being depleted. Fortunately, there was an apothecary nearby, and given that Ain and Blan were no longer capable of walking and talking at the same time, it was me who volunteered to embark on the noble mission to replenish. After arriving safely at the apothecary, I was somewhat delayed by his vast array of potions containing large amounts of C2H6OH. As a result, I began my homeward journey. I had become unaccountably unsteady, so much so, in fact, that just before I reached the halfway point, I inadvertently stepped off the curb and nearly fell over. Correcting this error as quickly as possible, I continued walking in the correct direction until I became aware of a large car keeping pace with me. That's odd, I thought. Why would somebody be driving around at 3:30 on a Sunday morning and be interested in speaking with me? Nevertheless, I stopped, and so did the car. Seconds later, I heard the unmistakable chatter of police radio. Uh-oh! Shortly after that, I was addressed by a member of the constabulary. This gentleman had seen me fall off the curb and simply wanted to know if I was all right. After explaining that, yes, I'd had a couple of drinks, but the reason I'd stumbled was down to me being blind. He became incredibly apologetic and almost indecently helpful. Wait, I have to say, I assumed, I know Dave's blind. I assumed that he'd seen you, Dave, a blind man, fall off a curb, and he wanted to make sure that you, as a blind man, were okay. I feel like if he was a copper and it was just me who fell off a curb, he'd just drive by and be like, drunken Simon, Sunday night. He practically implored me to climb into the back of his police car and allow him to transport me the rest of the way from buying drugs. I think this story is 100% true, and I love it. Due to the fact that in my trouser pocket I was carrying enough herbs to make it a matter of police interest should they be discovered, I was understandably reluctant to accept this ride. However, he continued to insist, and partly because I did not want to arouse any unnecessary suspicion, I eventually capitulated. So, it was that I and my herbs eventually arrived back at the party with a police escort. The looks on the faces of those other partygoers when this annoyingly helpful police officer insisted on escorting me safely to the door must have now been priceless. They're like, fuck! And then it's like, oh yeah, have a good evening, chaps. It's like from a teen comedy movie. Now, assuming that Simon has found a working pen and decided on whether or not he believes the story to be true, let's get down to the actual content.
Ta-da! Okay, Dave's personal weed herb story. True. I'm going to get a point for that, I think. As I have done here, I shall tell a story of an alleged lawbreaker along with the relevant country and the law that has been broken, and leave it down to Simon and you, dear viewer, to decide whether I'm telling the truth. Let's go. It is illegal to be drunk in public in Dubai. Well, a little bit of insider knowledge there. My sister and her family recently moved to Dubai. She got a job there. So, and I know that they're very strict about drinking. Like, if you're a foreigner, it's a lot more slack. But you have to get, like, a little drinking license. And you have to go to, like, the special drinking shop and buy drink. And that's about the end of my knowledge, but maybe something I'll be reminded of something. Although the laws on drugs and alcohol are particularly stringent in the Middle East, in Dubai they have some very unusual alcohol laws. Although it is perfectly legal to purchase alcohol on a licensed premises, you could be arrested and jailed for having alcohol in your bloodstream whilst in public. While on a 2-day stopover, Jamie, a Scottish electrician who had been working in Afghanistan, was having a few drinks in the Rock Bottom Bar. Whilst carrying a drink to the table, he put out his hand to touch the hip of a Jordanian man in order to prevent the drink from being spilled. The following document was created using speech recognition. What? The following document was created using speech recognition software. Could you please forgive any errors? Don't know why that's that. Okay. He claims that in a few minutes, he looked over at the aforementioned man and saw that he looked rather displeased. 20 minutes after that, the police arrived. He was arrested and charged with being under the influence of alcohol in a public place, and later with assaulting the man whose hip he had touched. On the first charge, he was found guilty and sentenced to 30 days in prison. However, he and his lawyer claimed that the court date was moved without them being informed, so he's not actually permitted to defend himself. In a voice clip that he has released after the sentence, Jamie said, "My lawyers have put an objection in against my 30-day prison sentence issued in my absentia that me and my lawyer didn't even know about in the first place." The second charge was eventually dropped after Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum personally intervened due to mounting international pressure, but not before Jamie had spent 3 months detained in the country after having his passport seized. Incidentally, this unexpected extension to his 2-day stopover also cost him his job. That's brutal. It is illegal to become disabled in Trinidad. Okay, well, first of all, Dubai one, that was quite short, and I'm going to say, I think it's real. I think it's real. I mean, I struggle with the thing about, because I know you can drink in, like, bars, right? But then, I think it's real because it's Dubai and it's kind of scary. Okay, it is illegal to become disabled in Trinidad. I also know a little something about Trinidad. One of my mates is half Trinidadian. So, let's go. Okay, so this one is slightly misleading, but only slightly. Under the law in Trinidad, anybody who becomes disabled due to foreseeable means, in other words, due to their own stupidity, is only entitled to claim benefits for 6 months. You know what's also weird? One of his... I don't know why I remember this from being a kid, but one of his relatives is disabled. They were like in a bus accident or something and are in a wheelchair. Why do I know this?
That's what I do. I drink and I know things.
Such an obscure detail from my past. After this point, should they continue to do so, they will be deemed to be committing benefit fraud and can face up to 3 years in prison. Not only that, should they fail to return to work in a timely manner, they can face criminal prosecution for what is essentially refusing to contribute to the economy by paying taxes. Wait. In Trinidad, you get in trouble for not earning money? It's like, I just want to stay home. If I don't earn, I don't have to pay any taxes. And they're like, you get to work.
Get back to work!
Holy shit. This kind of sounds true because it's so absurd. If this happens to somebody from another country who is working there under a visa, they will be quickly deported, which is exactly what happened to Charles Jones, a construction worker who had moved to Trinidad from Milton Keynes in the UK. In an interview he gave to The Guardian, Mr. Jones explained that after injuring his back during a stag weekend and being unable to work, he had heard rumours about this policy from work colleagues, but didn't take it too seriously. If I heard about that, I'd be like, yeah, right. No one does that. What are you talking about? And then I'd get deported. It was not until after being off work for 5 months that he received a letter telling him that his right to claim any benefit would shortly come to an end, and if he did not resume working, he would be sent back home. Return to sender. He then decided to take it slightly more seriously. Unfortunately, due to the nature of his self-inflicted injury, he was unable to meet the demands of this letter. Jones said, about 6.5 months after I injured my back, 2 members of the TTPS, I looked this up and it stands for the Trinidad Tobago Police Service, turned up at my door and arrested me. 2 weeks after that, I was back in the UK. I'm going to write this down as real already. It's just too unbelievable to be fake. Mr. Jones remains unemployed in the UK due to his debilitating back injury and his back. That must have been a hell of a weekend, man. Like, went on a stag weekend. I've been out of work for a year just because I got so injured. What were you doing?
You don't want to know.
And he's banned from returning to either Trinidad or Tobago unless he is prepared to appeal the decision in court. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you get deported from a country. They don't want you back. Whilst this policy seems particularly harsh, it is worth mentioning that if you are visiting a country on a work visa, you are not usually entitled to any state benefits at all, so I guess there's that. Oh, well, that's nice. Well, good for you, Trinidad and Tobago. He's given 6 months, but then also giving that only to your citizens as well is a bit harsh. That's a bit much, isn't it? On an interesting side note, I have a friend who lives in Tobago and works for what passes for their version of the national grid. He claims that although it can be a wonderful place to live, crime out there is absolutely brutal. Yeah, my mate, who I mentioned has family in Trinidad, they don't go there anymore because there's too much crime. So, yeah, that's kind of rubbish. For example, while enjoying a night out in a somewhat disreputable part of town, he witnessed a tourist get mugged for his watch. Now, you might not think that this is particularly unusual for someone somewhere described as a disreputable part of town, but it was the method that the mugger chose to obtain the watch which is unsettling. Oh my god, did he chop off that dude's hand?
Spoilers.
And then just, Jesus Christ. Rather than removing it by force or even threatening its owner with a weapon, this particular assailant used a machete to remove both the arm and the watch and ran away with them both. Should I ever visit, I think I'll stick to the more touristy areas. I'm just going to make a little note here. Never go to Tobago. Don't wear watches in Tobago. Jesus Christ. It is illegal to walk your dog less than 3 times a day in Turin. So we'll put this down as the Turin dog walker. Okay. I think this one's fake. The people of Italy bill themselves as animal lovers, and this next law goes a long way to proving that this is in fact the case. As any dog owner will know, taking your dog for a walk can be both the best and worst of experiences. A long, peaceful walk after a stressful day at work combined with a cigarette and an adult beverage can really help put everything into perspective and make you realize that really, life isn't all that bad. Conversely, when that same dog has diarrhea, possibly due to a bad reaction to worming tablets, as happened to my dog last year, that 15th trek through the park at 2 o'clock on a Sunday morning in the pouring rain and blowing sleet can make you wonder just exactly why you purchased the fluffy, annoying bastard in the first place. Whilst I always make sure that my dog gets at least 2 solid walks every day, in Turin, this would be seen as woefully neglectful and lead me open to a fine of up to €500. Also, how do they know? Are they tracking people? Be like, how many times are you taking a dog for a walk? 3. This is the 3rd walk. Apps at 7 a.m. Yes. Or it's like, no, I'll be taking them for a walk later. And they'll be like, it's 11 o'clock at night. It's like, yeah, I'll be going on another one. Prove different. But this new law goes even further than that. According to BC News, people will be banned from dyeing their pet's fur or any form of animal mutilation for merely aesthetic motives such as docking dogs' tails. Oh, this is where they cut the tails off dogs. It's so weird. Dogs don't look right without tails. Stop cutting the dog's tails off. I sometimes see a dog with that, like, just a little nubby tail. And it's like, why would you do that? That poor dog, he just wants to wag his tail and have a good time. And you're just like, no. Cut that off. I don't know what sound that was. Is that the sound of a dog's tail getting cut off? It is now.
I'll just die already.
Whilst dyeing a dog's hair is ridiculous, I'm not sure it could carry the same punishment as physically mutilating your dog because you don't like its tail. Yeah, how is that allowed? How is that allowed? Now, just to forestall a rush of abuse in the comment section, I'm perfectly aware that a semi-cogent argument can be made for docking the tails of working dogs, but neither I nor the law, which came into force in 2005, are talking about that. Whilst walking your dog 3 times a day might present a challenge, especially to anybody who commutes to work, it seems to have been fairly well received in the city. Furthermore, the additional rules about dyeing their fur seem even more popular. According to the city's La Stampa Daily, in Turin it will be illegal to turn one's dog into a ridiculous fluffy toy. This is feeling real. Now, this feels a bit real, but so have all the other ones. Is it really going to be all real?
All made up, not real. Nothing's real.
This seems to indicate that that particular newspaper is behind the decision. Whether or not the dog walking was relaxed during the pandemic seems unclear. I'm going to say it's fake. I think it's fake. Although the cutting the dog's tail thing seems so real. Komodo dragons have a higher protected status than humans. Komodos. Well, that's not real, because humans, if you kill a human, you go to prison for murder. If you kill a Komodo dragon, you probably go to, like, destruction of property, destruction of endangered species, something like that. But it could be in some weird country where they really love Komodo dragons, and they're like, well, we execute people who fuck with the Komodos. Now, I'm all for animal conservation. Dave is. I'm not. Let's eat those fucks. But this next law seems to take things a little far. For anybody who is unfamiliar with the Komodo dragon, they are an incredible species. Found on 3 islands in Indonesia, Rinca, Flores, and of course, the island of Komodo, there are only 1,383 mature adults left. As a result of this endangerment, the people of Komodo especially treat this animal as something akin to royalty. While tourists are allowed on the island, it is made absolutely clear to anybody who chooses to visit that it is in fact the island of the dragon. What I mean by this is that should you be foolish enough to be attacked by a Komodo dragon, then nobody will help you. Not only that, but they are prevented from doing so by law. This is not to say that there are not rangers and guides who will do their very best to ensure that you remain safe, but if you find yourself being attacked by one of the dragons, then there is nothing they can do. Be warned, travelers, this is not just one of those legal technicalities. There is actually an example of a ranger being prosecuted for attempting to interrupt a feeding dragon. In 1989, an American tourist was visiting the island with his wife for their 20th wedding anniversary. James Turner, referred to by his wife as Jim, had told friends back home that the holiday would not be complete without him coming back with a Polaroid of him standing next to a Komodo dragon. Although his wife was able to take this Polaroid, she returned from the trip with a notable lack of husband. You see, Jim, possibly from Florida, ignored not only the warning signs at the visitor center, but also the advice of pretty much everybody who spoke to him. As a result of this, he thought it would be a good idea to approach a female and her young while they were enjoying a slaughtered goat. Holy sh*! This, as you may imagine, turned out to be a bad idea, and the mother turned on him before turning him into the next course. Oh my god, the Komodo dragon fucking killed him. That's crazy.
Damn, nature, you scary.
The tour guide traveling with the couple, one of the many people who had warned Jim against this exact behavior, reacted instinctively and shot the dragon several times. Although the dragon would survive, Jim would not. If you thought that watching one of your customers get mauled to death in front of you was punishment enough for the tour guide, you would be wrong. No, he's going to get in trouble because he killed a dragon and they love the dragons. Later that night, he was arrested and charged with attempting to execute an endangered animal while it was engaging in natural activity. Now, when I first heard about this story, I thought that he would probably have received what amounted to a slap on the wrist and told, "Don't do that again."
Right. Now don't do it again.
I was wrong. After being found guilty of the crime, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison. I am by no means an expert on the prison system of Indonesia, but I imagine that spending any amount of time there is not exactly a picnic. No, Indonesia is like one of those countries where you just imagine they're like, have I been to Indonesia? No, I've been to the other one. I've been to Malaysia. And all of these countries, they're the kind of places that are like, are you traveling with drugs? Because we execute you. And you're like, ah! It's like you go to prison there and it's like just like some free-for-all. You got to provide your own meals. It's like a country that's scary to visit just on the off chance that you do something wrong and end up in prison there. It's like, oh no.
If you were the boy was diagnosed with mesothelioma.
I feel it's important to mention that although the Komodo dragon is an unstoppable force capable of destroying any human that it wanted to, attacks on humans are fairly rare. According to statistics provided by the Komodo National Park Association, between the years 1974 and 2012, 24 people have been attacked by Komodo dragons. Out of those 24, 5 of those attacks were fatal. Again, I'm by no means an expert in this field, but I imagine that the majority of those people were behaving in a similar fashion to our friend Jim. I think it is fake. What do you think? Taxi drivers in the UK do not have to wear a seatbelt. According to Google, surely they do. Why would you not have to? According to, this feels like, yeah, maybe in the past, but then like the loophole was closed. According to Google, the wearing of a seatbelt became compulsory in the UK in 1983, which was 4 years before I was born. So back then, before that, you didn't have to. There are few exceptions. There's a brilliant video on YouTube of like, it was when the drink driving laws came into effect. It's like you can't drink and drive anymore. And there's people being interviewed. And it's like, so what do you think about the new drink driving laws that have been introduced in the UK? And they're like, I think it's excellent guidance.
The code is more what you call guidelines than actual rules.
Excellent guidance for anyone who can't quite handle their liquor as well as me. How am I going in my car right now? I'm driving.
It's really funny. There are a few exceptions to this rule. For example, if you happen to own a car that predates the installation of a seatbelt, you are obviously not required to wear one. Members of the emergency services are not required to wear a seatbelt, and it is possible to obtain medical exemptions from your doctor if for some reason you suffer from a condition which would make wearing a seatbelt more dangerous to you. If I had a medical condition that didn't let me wear a seatbelt, I would just not travel by car. I know that sounds crazy, but getting into a car crash while not wearing a seatbelt is going to be a real bad time. All of this kind of makes sense, but there is another group of individuals who, according to the law of the UK, are not actually required to wear a seatbelt. These people are taxi drivers. Now, there are a number of reasons that are given for this exemption. However, the most important was demonstrated to me by a taxi driver friend some years ago. After he'd picked me up from the pub one night and driven me home, I asked him if it was true that taxi drivers don't need to wear a seatbelt. He responded by telling that they don't have to, but if they are carrying a passenger in the back of the car, they're actively discouraged from doing so. What? What's a possible reason for this? I don't know what the possible reason for this could be. Curious, I asked him why, and instead of explaining it to me with words like any functional member of society might do, he instead told me to put on my seatbelt and wait whilst he got into the back of the car. Once he'd done this, he then provided a very physical demonstration of just how easy it is to restrain somebody in their seat when they're wearing a seatbelt. What I took away from this demonstration was that if a taxi driver was transporting somebody who wished to injure or rob them, then the wearing of a seatbelt could very much assist the attacker. I'm sorry, but you're sitting behind them in a car. If they want to attack you, they can attack you. They're not going to use the seatbelt. They're just going to... I mean, they could. But it's like... That's weird. Like, there's plenty... You're putting a ton of faith in the person in the back not being a psycho. Like whether you're wearing a seatbelt or not. Whether or not a taxi driver is more likely to be saved during a collision than they are to be strangled with their own seatbelt is something that I've not carried out enough research on to be able to comment on with any degree of accuracy. Yeah, my feeling is that it's not. Oddly enough, you might actually think that this law only applies when the driver is a passenger in the car. This is not the case. A licensed taxi driver who is plying for hire is also exempt from wearing a seatbelt. The reasons given for this seem to be that it would be a huge inconvenience to keep on doing your seatbelt so that you can jump out and assist your new passengers with whatever luggage and assistance requirements they may have. That's insane. This is fake. I can only presume that this explanation is slightly out of date. I genuinely cannot remember the last time that a taxi driver got out of the car for anything at all. Really? To you. If I had a medical condition that didn't let me wear a seatbelt, I would just not travel by car. I know that sounds crazy, but getting into a car crash while not wearing a seatbelt is going to be a real bad time. All of this kind of makes sense, but there is another group of individuals who, according to the law of the UK, are not actually required to wear a seatbelt. These people are taxi drivers. Now, there are a number of reasons that are given for this exemption. However, the most important was demonstrated to me by a taxi driver friend some years ago. After he'd picked me up from the pub one night and driven me home, I asked him if it was true that taxi drivers don't need to wear a seatbelt. He responded by telling that they don't have to, but if they are carrying a passenger in the back of the car, they're actively discouraged from doing so. What? What's a possible reason for this? I don't know what the possible reason for this could be. Curious, I asked him why, and instead of explaining it to me with words like any functional member of society might do, he instead told me to put on my seatbelt and wait whilst he got into the back of the car. Once he'd done this, he then provided a very physical demonstration of just how easy it is to restrain somebody in their seat when they're wearing a seatbelt. What I took away from this demonstration was that if a taxi driver was transporting somebody who wished to injure or rob them, then the wearing of a seatbelt could very much assist the attacker. I'm sorry, but you're sitting behind them in a car. If they want to attack you, they can attack you. They're not going to use the seatbelt. They're just going to... I mean, they could. But it's like... That's weird. Like, there's plenty... You're putting a ton of faith in the person in the back not being a psycho. Like whether you're wearing a seatbelt or not. Whether or not a taxi driver is more likely to be saved during a collision than they are to be strangled with their own seatbelt is something that I've not carried out enough research on to be able to comment on with any degree of accuracy. Yeah, my feeling is that it's not. Oddly enough, you might actually think that this law only applies when the driver is a passenger in the car. This is not the case. A licensed taxi driver who is plying for hire is also exempt from wearing a seatbelt. The reasons given for this seem to be that it would be a huge inconvenience to keep on doing your seatbelt so that you can jump out and assist your new passenger passengers with whatever luggage and assistance requirements they may have. That's insane. This is fake. I can only presume that this explanation is slightly out of date. I genuinely cannot remember the last time that the taxi driver got out of the car for anything at all. Really? Sorry, I had to get my lunch. I don't quite remember, so I'm just going to take it from just if I was commenting about anything, I'm just going to cut that so it makes sense, and we'll just go on to the next thing. Okay, so that's the end of the entry. Taxi drivers and seatbelts. Taxi seatbelts. I think that's also false. Or fake. Okay, moving on.
Moving on.
It is illegal to be drunk on a train. That feels true. No. This UK bylaw of the railway is one that I've broken myself on no fewer than 1 million occasions. Imagine this. You're trying to enjoy your £34 meal deal consisting of the second worst coffee in the world, the first being that served on airlines, a sandwich that was made so long ago that the structural integrity of the bread has become so compromised that you would be better off trying to eat the resultant mess with a spoon, and a packet of crisps which, if purchased without the meal deal, comes close to costing the same amount as your actual ticket. Yeah, food train in the UK is rubbish. The trains are so expensive. Sandwiches are bad. Sadly, you are unable to truly enjoy this luxury experience because there are 30 drunken lads on their way to a stag do filling the carriage behind you. So, what do you do? Well, seeing as one of the railway bylaws clearly states that no person shall enter or remain on the railway where such a person is unfit to enter or remain on the railway as a result of being in a state of intoxication, you would be perfectly within your rights to stand up and proclaim to the group that they are in fact in breach of the law. Breaking the law, breaking the law. At which point they'll be like, hey! Excuse me, you're not allowed to be drunk here. Hey, throw him off the train! Throw him off the train! Whilst you're at it, you can also tell them to turn the music off, as according to another bylaw of the railway, except with written permission from an operator, no person on the railway shall, to the annoyance of any person, 1, sing, or 2, use any instrument, article, or equipment for the production or reproduction of sound. Anybody who breaks these laws can be asked to leave the train at the next stop, and if they refuse, can be removed by force.
No ticket.
Unfortunately, due to the fact that anybody who works on a train is usually paid a pittance, coupled with the fact that 1 or 2 staff members probably aren't interested in getting into a massive fight with 30 drunken lads, these 2 laws are very rarely enforced. On the other hand, if these rules were rigorously enforced, then I would have undoubtedly been kicked off innumerable trains throughout my youth. On the other hand, now that I am old, when I am travelling on public transport, I want nothing more than to enjoy my journey as close to silence as is reasonably possible. Yes, there's nothing worse than people who are just like loud. There's nothing worse than people who listen to music on their phones out loud on public transport. It's like, what is actually wrong with you, you antisocial bastard? Not wishing to steal the tangent before Simon. Too late! Too late. But before Christmas last year, I was travelling on a train and I happened to notice that one of my fellow passengers was watching the Mega Projects video on the Eurofighter Typhoon. Holy shit, there we go. The script for which I wrote myself. Obviously, due to the fact that most writers are at heart massive egotists, I struck our conversation with the passenger and told them that I wrote the script for the video. Wait, for this person, were they listening to a Mega Project video out loud? Because Dave is blind, so he couldn't see them watching the video. He must have heard them. So they're watching that out loud? What's wrong with you? If you're watching this, don't do that.
No. No.
They refused to believe me until I showed them a copy of the script on my phone. However, once I did, they bought me a beer. Legends! Not only is this a remarkably generous gesture on a train, but had I not been getting off at the next stop, it could have started the ball rolling for me on becoming a train lawbreaker. Trains and booze. Fake.
I'm changing some of these around. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm keeping that as fake. Sorry. It's illegal to work behind a bar in the UK unless you're wearing steel-toe cap boots. Bar and boots. Now, I've worked in a bar, and I don't think people working behind the bar wore steel cap boots. So either they're breaking the law, or this is just a non-enforced law. This particular law is it's fake, sorry. This particular law is one that I'm largely in favor of. Having spent several years running a pub, I can tell you that the number of people who think that it is acceptable to work behind the bar wearing only flip-flops is disappointingly high. Not only is it incredibly unprofessional, but it also has the potential to be very dangerous. Even the most quiet, well-mannered pub cannot escape the occasional broken glass, and should an unsuspecting individual step on a piece of this glass wearing flip-flops, they will quickly discover that polystyrene certainly is not tougher than glass. Furthermore, working behind the bar often necessitates trips to the cellar for the changing of barrels, and given that an 88-pint barrel weighs approximately 9 stone or 57 kilograms, to save space, full barrels are often stacked on top of each other. The damage that one of these barrels could do to your flip-flopped foot doesn't bear thinking about. Fortunately for all those publicans who are sick and tired of repeatedly telling their staff members that they must be show up to work wearing appropriate footwear, the 1994 amendment to the Health and Safety at Work Act, made appropriate footwear mandatory. Less fortunately for those self-same publicans, the responsibility for enforcing this law largely lies with management. Should the health and safety inspector pop in on your night off, and on that night Jane has decided to wear ridiculous strappy shoes again, it is you who will be responsible for the £1,500 fine. Obviously, I picked a name at random for this example. The regular offender in my pub was called Sue. And that, ladies and gentlemen, and Simon, is the last entry on today's list. Okay, I think it's true. I don't think I've done very well because they were all so believable. They were all really believable. So which ones did I make up? Let's now go through them together and let's see. Let's start with the tale that I chose to regale at the beginning of this episode. Did I once get into the back of a police car while carrying enough herbs to have me charged with possession with intent to supply? Yes. Boom! Got that one. One for Simon. Simon. Dave. 1 point for Simon. Everything in that story is completely true. As an interesting side note, the policeman who picked me up went on to become the licensing officer for my local area, so when I ran the pub I had to deal with him at least once a month. To answer the question that I know you're all secretly asking, no, I never did tell him the story. Is it illegal to be drunk or even have alcohol in your bloodstream in Dubai? I said this was real. Yes! The story about Jamie is completely true, although according to somebody who actually witnessed the event, the Jordanian businessman who reported Jamie to the police really was making something out of nothing and appeared to be showing off in front of a group of friends. Is it illegal? Oh, okay, so I got that one. Yes. Trinidad. I said this was real. Is it illegal to become disabled in Trinidad? No, it is not. Ah, Dave, you get one. This story and the people involved are entirely fictional. However, regarding the tangent at the end, which I told you about my friend who witnessed a man having his arm cut off with a machete so that his watch could be stolen, I believe this to be true, although I only have anecdotal evidence. Turin dog walkers, 3 times a day. I said this was fake. It's real. Not only that, but the other bits that I mentioned with regards to docking tails, clipping ears, and dyeing furs are also true. 2 all. Sticking with animals for a moment, is it true that Komodo dragons have a higher... What did I say for this? Fake. Higher protective status than humans? No. Boom. Point for Simon. Although the Komodo dragon is definitely a protected species, and you would certainly get in a great deal of trouble for killing one for no reason, there do exist laws preventing anybody from killing one in self-defense or in the defense of another person. One of my favorite stories about Komodo dragons comes from David Attenborough's book, Zoo Quest for a Dragon, which I read for the first time when I was about 10. The book tells the story of Attenborough and a group of other animal enthusiasts who embark on a quest to capture a member of this legendary species so that it might be housed in the London Zoo. During this quest, which, if my memory serves me correctly, took about 3 months, Attenborough breaks several ribs, contracts malaria, and he and the rest of his party get lost at sea on several occasions.
I am not making this up!
What the fuck? David Attenborough, I know you're old, but this feels like some 18th century shit. I was on a journey and lost at sea with malaria. Although they're ultimately successful in capturing a dragon, they're not permitted to remove it from the country, so they had to release it back into the wild. It's a highly entertaining book that's worth a read. Is it true that taxi drivers in the United Kingdom don't have to wear a seatbelt? I said this was fake. It's absolutely true. Oh, 3 all then, Dave. Not only that, but the reasons behind this law and the story about the demonstration that was provided me to the taxi driver are also completely accurate. No way! Wow. Returning to alcohol for a moment, is it, in fact, true that it is illegal to be drunk on a train? I said this was fake. Yes, it's true. I copied the exact wording for these bylaws directly from the handbook. Dave, you're beating me 4-3. Best case scenario for me is now that I get the last one, and we draw.
Right, high stakes. I like it.
It's probably worth mentioning that I do not recommend taking the course of action that I may have playfully suggested during this particular entry. If you, in the situation I described, you're far more likely to get your ass handed to you by a group of angry revelers than you are to receive any positive results from your knowledge of the train. Throw him off the train! Just in case anybody is interested, the bit about the guy who was watching the video on the Eurofighter Typhoon was also true. In fact, this is not the only time that this has happened to me. My local kebab shop, which I won't name in case people come looking for me, seems to have pretty much all of Simon's channels playing on a loop. I was in a McDonald's once, and they were playing my videos, and I was just sitting there in a McDonald's, and then someone was like... And then I left because it was too awkward. A couple of times while I was waiting for my cheesy chips with extra pickles and chili sauce, something that I've written has been playing on the big screen. So, we have arrived at the final entry and the big one that matters for Simon and also Dave, but I want at least a draw. Is it illegal to work behind a bar in the United Kingdom unless you're wearing steel-cap boots? As much as I wanted this to be the case, no! Oh, no! Dave, you beat me 5-3!
Loser! You're a loser!
Dave, you're good at this. Kevin and I have a much more even scorecard. I don't remember what the scorecard is with Danny. I'm sorry, Danny. So seriously though, anybody who works behind the bar, do it anyway. The dangers that are used as examples in this entry are very real. I myself once broke my nose while changing a barrel on a busy Friday night. Shit! Whilst attempting to move a barrel I believe was full but was actually just stuck to the floor with some spilled Coke syrup, I pulled it up as hard as I possibly could, only to have the empty barrel break free from the syrup, fly upwards and shatter my nose. Jesus Christ. Although the wearing of steel-cap boots wouldn't have prevented this, when I hurled the barrel to the ground in anger and it landed on my foot, I was incredibly glad I was wearing them. I'm still undecided as to exactly what the worst part of that evening was. It is split between being stupid enough to do it, having to work the rest of the evening behind the bar with a broken nose, and having to tell every customer I served exactly what happens. This story is also true. So, how did I do? Were any of my fabrications convincing enough to fool anybody? For the record, I really enjoyed writing this one. If by chance you enjoyed watching it, then please annoy your friends and colleagues until they watch it too. If it gets enough views, I might be able to do another one. That's true. If this gets enough views, we'll do another one. 5-3. I got some catching up to do. Well done, Dave. And that's where we end today's video. Thanks for watching. Let's turn to time to tub. Oh god, how is this allowed? This is so biased.
And on that note, we cue the music.
Behind the shimmering images and catchy jingles lies this tapestry of half-truths and tall tales. In today's video, we're going to expose the advertising world to reveal the colossal fabrications and cunning tricks that companies use to pull the wool over your eyes. Oh, it's all the time, isn't it? Welcome to the show. Dave has written this. I'm reading it. That's the format. Never read this before. From miracle creams that claim to reverse time to scientifically proven formulas that are anything but, we're exposing the most outrageous lies that advertisers tell you. In the UK, at least, it is against advertising law to tell direct lies. Yeah, I remember studying this. There's something called a puff. It's basically what advertisers do, where it's something that's like so outrageous, like Red Bull, it gives you wings, is a lie. It's a lie. It doesn't literally give you wings.
So that was a fucking lie.
But it's okay because it's a puff. Like it's so unbelievable, no one would reasonably believe it's true. I think that's what a puff is. In fact, the laws are even more stringent than that. In some cases, advertisers are forbidden to tell the truth. Several years ago, an advert for Courage Best Bitter was forced off the television by Ofcom, that's the Office of Communications, I think, like the advertising regulator, because it implied that drinking beer gives you confidence. But it does. You can't lie, but you can't tell that you can't make your product seem awesome. The confidence top-up that alcohol provides is surely its main attraction. Is it? No, I feel like alcohol for me, I love the taste. Like I love wine, I love beer, I love whiskey. It's the taste, and then also like, it's just chill. It makes you like more chill.
All right, everyone, chill.
I know there are some people who claim to drink alcoholic beverages purely because they like the taste, but strangely, very few of those individuals choose to drink non-alcoholic beer or wine. I'll tell you, I'm one of these people. Like, I don't drink very much anymore because I started taking a drug and it doesn't work with alcohol. It was like making my liver funny. And so I drink like a tiny bit. Like I'll have like half a glass of wine sometimes. And then I generally like 1 or 2 nights a week I'll have like a beer or two. Like the doctor's like just less. And now it's like if I'm having a steak or something, it's really nice to have a glass of wine with that. Not because I'm getting anywhere close to it. I'm not even feeling it. It's like half a glass of wine. Just because it tastes nice. I once purchased a crate of alcohol-free beer for the pub. Dave used to run a pub. And when we finally shut down 2 years later, there were still 22 out of the original 24 bottles completely untouched on the shelf. In short, nobody can legitimately deny that alcohol gives you confidence. Whether or not that confidence always translates into good decisions, of course, is debatable. Rarely does. This sort of thing leaves advertising companies companies in an interesting position. They must employ the most mentally dexterous individuals to invent new phrases and slogans that successfully blur people's perceptions without actually running afoul of the law. So let's have a look at how this works. Statistics are used to mislead a lot. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into this because Danny already did a fantastic video about statistics earlier this year. Still, it's always interesting to take a look at just how naive the average consumer can be when it comes to digging down into the numbers that they're presented with. Imagine, if you will, you become tired of your current brand of shampoo. Dave, what the are you doing this on purpose, aren't you, Dave? Haven't used shampoo in years, Dave. Although somehow I still get dandruff. If I don't, I have to moisturize my head like a bald person. And if I don't, it'll be like, I thought getting rid of my hair would mean no dandruff. Bald people can get dandruff. Just before we continue with today's video, let me tell you about our fantastic long-time sponsor, and that's Squarespace. Look, if you don't have Squarespace yet, what are you doing? Why would you build a website any other way in 2024? Look. All you do is you go in there, you go to Squarespace, and they have all these beautiful templates, and you just choose one. You're like, oh, I like the look of that one. You grab it, you take it in there, and then you use something called Fluid Engine, which is their like drag and drop technology, and you just move things around, and you put things where you want them, you put in some pictures. I've done this. I made my own website on Squarespace. It was super easy. And it just gets easy with time. Squarespace is amazing. They've also got something called Squarespace Extensions, and these connect your website to third-party tools, which means that your website's functionality is essentially limitless. No more like, I wish my website could do that. No. Just go in there, look at those Squarespace extensions, and you will find out that your website can do that. Amazing. Plus, they've also got Squarespace Courses, which allows you to make an online course. It's very easy to do. You've got professional layout, custom videos. You edit it with the Fluid Engine, drag and drop thing, and it's just like, boom. Done. Beautiful. Easy. You can also set the price. Do you want to sell your course? One-off fee or do a subscription? Who knows? You make the decision. That's it. You just build it with Squarespace and you get to choose. So if you're ready to create your own online presence, head to squarespace.com/Blaze for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, use the promo code BLAZE to get 10% off your first purchase of a website or a domain. Thanks to Squarespace for sponsoring. They make all of this possible. And now back to today's video. I'm not sure why this would be. I myself have never felt the need to tie myself to a particular brand and usually just buy whatever is on offer at the time. Well, no, Dave and I have had plenty of very minor and not important disagreements today. But like, let's use deodorant as an example. Like, I find a deodorant I like and then I stick with it. My wife went to the store and she knew I was out of deodorant. She buys me some. And I'm like, this isn't what I normally get. And she's like, yeah. What did I say I was going to call my children? Yeah, Remus. Remus said that this is what you wanted. And I'm like, but this isn't what I wear, and it smells really strong. And she's like, yeah, but Remus would get sad if I didn't buy this for you. I'm like, okay. So I wear this, and she's like, that deodorant is way too strong. I'm going to buy you a different one. The one I always get, it's like Nivea something or other. I don't even know. However, my wife assures me that choosing the correct product is essential to hair washing, and I'm inclined to believe her, if only due to the fact that talking about such things makes me so bored that I'd literally rather play Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, often I do just do. My wife will be like, and this, with this, and this, and I'm like, yes. Usually something to do with shampoo or whatever. Dave and I, same page. So, having made this life-changing decision, you start scouring the internet in search of the ultimate in hair washing technology, and in doing so, you come across a product that claims to be so good that 98% of people would recommend it. That, you think, is good enough for you. If 98% of people would recommend it, then it must really be outstanding. The problem, of course, is that this claim is at best spurious. Although, if you look very, very carefully through the small print, which is usually hidden away somewhere on the bottom of the website, you may be able to find out how extensive this research was. Advertisers are not obliged to include it, and so they often don't. The fact is that although the implication they want you to take away is that I'm very curious how they're going to twist this around, that 98% of people love the product, in reality it could be, and almost definitely is, a tiny group of people who received a sample free of charge and were asked if they would recommend the product. Back in the day, my mother signed up with a company that specialized in obtaining reviews for different products, and there was quite an incentive to rate the product highly. As long as you responded positively, they'd keep sending you free things to try. Oh god, how is this allowed? This is so biased.
If you responded negatively more than twice, you would be struck off the freebies list. Given that the company was marketing baby products, my mother had 2 children under 3 years old at the time, and we were not exactly flush with cash, I imagine that she and many other mothers around the country may have been somewhat generous when it came to providing feedback. When you take that sort of thing into consideration, the implied 98% of all people starts to look very shaky indeed. So sketchy. I feel like I'm pretty skeptical. Isn't there that famous, or like, not famous, but like, there's this quote in Mad Men that sticks with me, whereas someone says to Don Draper, like, advertising doesn't work on me, and Don Draper just replies, no one thinks advertising works on them, but it does. It's kind of like, yeah, and I think like, oh, I would never fall for this, and it's like, no, I would fall for that, and I should just not trust advertising at all. And even if I say that, I still am going to see adverts subconsciously and then purchase stuff. Pictures of food do not always display edible content. Yeah, everyone knows this, right? Like the burgers that they show in like McDonald's in the screen. It's like, that's just, I mean, not computer generated, should be, but it's just like made up of like plastic or like sprayed with glue and all sorts of weird shit, right? Although anybody who has ever ordered any takeaway food is fully aware that what you receive is unlikely to look as delicious as the advertising photographs, it is not just fast food that suffers from this. Many of the techniques used by advertising companies in their photographic campaigns may make food look Instagram ready, but you certainly wouldn't want to eat it. So, just exactly what sort of things are advertisers using to mislead you? Ever wondered how to get a long-lasting fancy cloud of steam rising from your dish? Steam? I just assumed that they must put that in afterwards, as like computer generated. Well, that's really easy. According to one former photographer, all you need to do is take a couple of tampons, preferably unused, soak them in water, and then microwave them for a while. Assuming you can seal these correctly, they will steam excellently for quite a long time. What if you're planning a longer shoot and you don't want your syrup to be absorbed into your pancakes before you finish? Well, no worries. Just use motor oil instead. Continuing in the breakfast vein, if you're trying to create the perfect photograph of your cereal to wow your Instagram friends, but takes so long to frame the shot that the cereal goes soggy, just throw it away and make another bowl using glue instead of milk. So, what about dinner? Well, to make meat appear more juicy, simply soak it in vegetable oil for a while, and if you can't be bothered to actually roast your chicken before taking your photographs, dousing it in browning fluid will give you that perfect crispy look with minimal effort. I don't know why that one's the gross one. I find that even more gross somehow. What is browning fluid? Yes, do you? Sadly, not even the humble dessert can escape this evil trickery. The mixture of corn syrup and food colouring can be used to create ice cream that doesn't melt, whilst the delectable whipped cream topping is probably just shaving foam. Grim. If you need something to wash all of that down with, how about adding washing up liquid to your fizzy beverage of choice to create longer lasting bubbles? Once these bastardized versions of your favourite treats have been well and truly photographed, they usually undergo extensive digital remastering to remove any imperfections or unwanted props. Some guy on Photoshop, like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I Photoshop out the tampons from rice. I don't know about you, but catching sight of a steaming tampon under the crust of a hot apple pie would probably make me shop somewhere else. Yes, Dave, no question. Product weights are incredibly deceptive. Yeah. What's the one with meat? It's like pumped full of water and shit. Like, have you ever bought like cheap chicken from a store and then you put it in the pan and it's just, why is there so much water coming off this? It's to bulk up like the weight so they can sell it as more chicken. Kind of bullshit. I first became aware of this next fact about 15 years ago when I used to buy my tobacco in 12.5 gram packages. I assumed, quite naturally, that the package, which also contained cigarette papers and up to about 50 filter tips, supplied the purchaser with more or less exactly 12.5 grams of amber leaf. That's really? I would be very surprised if that's not the amount. Imagine my outrage when I discovered that this was not only an incorrect assumption, but it was off by quite a long way. I feel that they're going to include the weight of the papers and the filters in this, aren't they? You see, in a very small writing on the box, there was a message that went something along the lines of, product weight includes packaging. Having, at that time in my life, access to some extremely accurate scales, the reasons which I won't go into. It's drugs. It's weighing drugs. I weighed the tobacco fresh from the packet and discovered that I was being screwed out of nearly 2 grams. That's like 20%! Feeling somewhat incensed by this betrayal, I began conducting some research into whether or not this was a regular occurrence. I think you could probably
guess the results of this research. Most packages I found prominently displayed the gross weight, which is the entire weight of the item including the packaging. Although it is a legal requirement, at least in the UK, to display the net weight, the weight of the item inside, this is not, or at least was not, when I carried out my research, displayed as prominently. However, this low-level deception doesn't stop there. Ever ordered a quarter-pounder burger at a restaurant or a burger chain and thought, this doesn't really seem like enough burger? This is the uncooked weight, right? This is quite famous. Like, you'll be like, oh, why is this so small? Oh, it's the uncooked weight. And then when you cook it, lots of water comes off. There may be good reason for that. As a rule, such food items are weighed before cooking, and if you have any experience with low-quality meat-based products, you will know that a lot of that weight is made up from water and other crap that's usually left at the bottom of the pan after cooking. Yeah, it's a bit gross, isn't it? Sometimes you get like scummy stuff, and you're like, ooh, should probably buy more expensive chicken. Again, if you actually properly read the documentation that comes with these products, you'll probably find this information, but advertisers rely on the fact that very few people do. And hey, a fantastic real-world example of this comes around on Facebook from time to time. I'm sure you will all be aware of those tiresome posts that if you do not share this post immediately, Facebook will own the rights to all your pictures and video. I have no idea. Dave's like, I'm sure you're aware. It's like, I just don't use Facebook. And I'm completely unaware of this. The thing is, if you had actually read the terms and conditions that you signed up for when joining the platform, you would already know that they sort of do. Really? If you upload your images to Facebook, Facebook like that's ours now.
Ah! That's so Raven!
According to one attorney, Facebook's terms allow them a non-exclusive, transferable, sub-license, royalty-free, worldwide license to use any IP content that you post on or in connection with Facebook. Holy shit. That is heavy. This means that Facebook can use the photos and videos you post in any way without paying you, and it can also transfer that license to third parties for sharing purposes. If people are that blasé about what they allow to happen to pictures of their kids, they're probably not going to look too hard at how much their burger patty weighs. Telling actual lies. In spite of everything that I've previously said, it is in fact permissible for advertisers to tell outright lies.
Lies. Oh, lies!
Okay, these are puffs though, right? It's not a lie, Dave. It's a puff. Obviously, it's a little bit more complicated than that, so I shall endeavour to explain. The technique that this refers to, called puffery, allows advertisers to use unsubstantiated claims, providing that no reasonable person would actually believe them. God damn, I'm a big brain sometimes. That's exactly what I said. For example, claiming that Red Bull gives you wings. Danny, did we read the same article at some point explaining this? Even a small child watching one of the old Red Bull adverts, which showed somebody chugging a can of the beverage and then flying away, is unlikely to genuinely believe that the drink can provide you with such abilities. I have to say, I never see video adverts. I go to the cinema, and that's the only time that I'll see video adverts, before the movie plays. Because I pay for YouTube Premium, which is where I watch videos, and then I don't have terrestrial, or like digital or whatever, or satellite or whatever you call it. I just have the streaming services, and they don't have adverts. So I didn't even realize that Red Bull were not doing those adverts where they fly off anymore. Sometimes when I go to stay with my parents, they'll have like recorded telly on their Skybox or whatever, and they'll fast forward through the ads, which just seems insane. But I'll be like, oh yeah, adverts. Like soap and shit. You're like, really? People still pay for these? Because everyone's just boarding through them, aren't they? Therefore, as advertising laws go, you're pretty safe. Although, as a friend of mine can attest, if you drink 7 or 8 cans of Red Bull every day for 5 years, you certainly will not remain safe. While this might seem obvious that this sort of thing is okay when advertising your product, the puffery argument has had to be deployed in court to protect major companies from various lawsuits. The most notable example of this is when Pizza Hut took Papa John's to court over their use of the slogan, "Better ingredients, better pizza." Pizza Hut was displeased because Papa John's claimed that their pizza was superior because they used fresh tomatoes rather than tomato paste in their sauce and filtered water rather than tap water to make their dough, but did not have any actual evidence outside of company-run taste tests to back up their claim. While the mighty Hut was initially successful, Papa John's appealed on the grounds that the slogan was simply a matter of opinion, not to be taken as literal fact. They as a company believed they used better ingredients, resulting in better pizza. They argued their boasting was no different than Pizza Hut claiming it had the best pizza under one roof. Ooh, I don't know. I think the jury's going to be like, you said better ingredients. You need to prove those better ingredients. The jury would ultimately side with Papa John's. Okay, never mind. Jury's like, it's cool, Papa. You carry on. and they were allowed to continue using the slogan. This must have come as somewhat of a relief, as according to some numbers I found online, it spent nearly $300 million promoting it. For the record, I too believe that Papa John's makes better pizza, and as soon as they start doing an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'll stop going to Pizza Hut altogether. Do Pizza Hut still do that all-you-can-eat buffet? I used to smash that hard at university. There was a Pizza Hut just down by the river. I used to go down there. I think it was like £11, and you could eat. Maybe was it even cheaper? Maybe it was £6, and you could eat all the pizza and all the salad and all the drinks that you could. And I'd abuse the shit out of that. I think I would eat like 13 or 14 slices of pizza. It was outrageous. The beauty industry. Really, this heading title should be enough, but it's just possible that there might be a few people out there who still believe that companies selling cream to combat the 5 signs of agings really do have your best interests at heart. Please allow me to disabuse you of this notion. According to Jessica Tofino, a self-described former liar for beauty product advertisers, after a year of publishing these pretty little lies, I had to wonder whether something was off about the beauty industry. Brands were releasing new skin-healing serums daily, but chronic skin issues were still on the rise. Consumers were getting laser treatments and lip fillers in record numbers, but appearance anxiety was at an all-time high. Lip fillers are really weird. Like, I see this in people these days. Like, I walk around, and it's not like some subtle plastic surgery thing where you had like a little Botox or a little nip and a tuck. It's like, but your lips look massive and weird. Like, I don't know where this came from, but it's quite strange. It's quite a strange look. I feel like this is one of those things that in photos people are going to look back on in 20 years and be like, why has everyone got weird massive lips? Like, do you remember tiny eyebrows? I feel like I'm being unnecessarily harsh to women, but trends like these beauty trends seem to be more of a woman thing.
No.
Like, do you remember tiny eyebrows were a thing, like back in the day? It's like, what was that about? And now there's bushy eyebrows, which kind of look weird as well. But what's wrong with just normal ass eyebrows? Like, I don't do anything to my eyebrows. I mean, I like fuck the ones, otherwise I'd have a big brow. But like, they're just regular ass eyebrows. Isn't that fine? The pressure to adhere to the beauty ideal was increasingly associated with depression, facial dysmorphia, body dysmorphia, eating disorders, self-harm, and even suicide. So, just exactly how are these companies lying through their advertising? Obviously, the entire anti-aging genre is too much to cover here, so let's take a quick look at a small section, the serums and creams which claim to halt or reverse the signs of aging.
That was a f***ing lie.
As we had mentioned previously, a big part of deceptive advertising comes from camera trickery, and the beauty product industry tends to lead the way in pioneering a lot of these techniques. Never has it been easier to take a picture of somebody's tired, wrinkly face, apply a filter, and boom, they're magically transformed to somebody 20 years younger. Imagine if some unscrupulous advertising company were to take those two photos, introduce some sort of middle step that involved using the latest magic cream for a year, and then display them side by side. What could a non-tech savvy consumer infer from that? Well, that the cream did it. Also, surely this is not allowed. Like, surely they have to show actual real results. I assume that it would be just like camera trickery, or like, I think it was a YouTube video I saw where some dude was like, you ever see those like big photos for like people who go from like big to like ripped, and he's like, yeah, in like 2 weeks or whatever, and he's like, it's not fake, it's just like, and this was some dude who was ripped, he's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna spend like 2 weeks getting fat. So he eats all this stuff, he gets super bloated and fat, and then he just spends 2 weeks like not eating, and then he's ripped again, because that's how it works. And it wasn't a lie, it's just super deceptive. But like using a filter and stuff, it's like, that's pretty sketchy. In 2021, 2 instances of behavior remarkably similar to this were highlighted by the Advertising Standards Authority in the United Kingdom. 2 well-known skincare brands, the name of which I shan't provide because my research shows that they're remarkably litigious.
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Had paid some influencers to demonstrate their fake tanning products. Unfortunately, according to the ASA, the photos used to demonstrate the remarkable tanning transformation had, in fact, been taken with filters that were designed to darken the skin. ASA is going to ream you for this one. As a result of this, the use of filters to deceive paying customers in advertising was banned in the UK, but it was a good scam while it lasted.
Fortunately for the advertising industry, there are plenty more where they came from. Aside from listing lots of fancy-sounding chemicals that don't really do anything besides allowing companies to inflate the price, the other main trick used by advertisers involves the specific choice of words that they use. As a card-carrying linguistic pedant, I should really be impressed by this sort of thing, but it really just fills me with despair for the future of humanity. I'd like to draw your attention to the following sentence. A sentence I took directly from the homepage of a well-known skincare line. Okay, let's see. Our products visibly reverse the 5 signs of aging. Okay. Seems, apparently the 5 signs of aging are fake. I mean, there are definitely 5 signs of aging, but I guess there are more than 5? Like, grey hair, wrinkles on the skin, grumpiness. If you take this sentence completely literally, then it is mostly true. Many skincare products do indeed cause temporary tightening of the skin, which can make wrinkles and fine lines appear reduced. Moisturizing compounds can help to reduce skin dryness, and so on. However, once the effects wear off, everything will still be the same. In no other industry would the words visibly reverse be acceptable. I believe, Simon, that you are still engaged in the monumental task of completely refurbishing a home. I am! Although I live in that home now. So it's like, it's largely done. There's still plenty of stuff, and the builders are still there. But, it was 2 years. It was a long, long ass time. If one of your builders came to you and said, I've discovered a massive crack in the chimney breast, but it's not a problem, I've got this magic filler that will visibly reverse the effects. Would you allow that builder to work on the house in which your family will probably, maybe, one day live? My family live there now, Dave. We did it. I'd probably be like, you know best. If I'm dead honest, I'd just be like, I don't know, you do your thing, and I'll pay you for it. As this episode has been a bit of a downer, I thought I'd leave with this potentially positive musing. Although platforms like Instagram lead the world in photographic deception, perhaps the very fact that these filters and other photo editing techniques are so readily available to everyone, they'll make people pause for a second of contemplation before they instantly believe everything they see in a picture. We can always hope. Yeah, but so much of advertising is like you know. Like, logically you know, but you're still taken in by it because it's like this subtle thing. And there's so much money spent on this. And the people who do this are really clever. And they spend a long time about thinking of clever legal ways to trick you into buying stuff. Like, so I think we're just going to be continued to be tricked to buy shit that we don't need forever. Thanks for watching. Red Bull gives you wings! Go check, make sure my penis isn't retracting. The brain is a complex and wondrous organ, except for your brain, Peter. It's shit. There are 100 billion neurons making 100 trillion connections, and this processing power allows for all sorts of human ingenuity and creativity. It's so complicated that scientists don't really know a whole lot about the brain and how it works. Sure, we figured out a bunch of stuff, but it's far eclipsed by the amount of things we don't understand about the human brain. But one thing we do know is that when you're building an intricate device with 100 trillion wires, it's pretty easy for some of those to get crossed. And this can result in all sorts of psychological disorders ranging from the mildly inconvenient to the completely debilitating. There are plenty of severe conditions that are commonly known, such as schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, dissociative identity disorder, which may or may not be real. However, there are plenty of lesser-known disorders as well. These are typically so rare that you simply never hear about them. But they are also so out of line with the average person's experience that it's difficult to comprehend that they could even be real. And that's what we're talking about today. By the way, if you're new here, welcome to the show. The format is keeping rights to this. I've never read it before. We're going to explore together. It's going to be fun, Peter. Clinical lycanthropy. For fans of The Casual Criminalist, that's another show that I do, it's also a podcast, check it out, they may recognize this phrase as one of the episodes featured a killer who was assessed as suffering from clinical lycanthropy. I literally made that episode and I have no recollection of this. He certainly didn't suffer as much as his victims did, but this condition doesn't make it sound like a lot of fun either. While it doesn't explicitly have its own entry in the DSM, clinical lycanthropy is considered a subtype of delusional disorder, a type of psychotic disorder. In this case, the delusion is that the person is either a wolf, is turning into a wolf, or can transform between wolf and human, be it at will or involuntarily. This is one of those ones where you're like, yeah, I mean, you can believe that, but have you ever actually turned into a wolf? And they'd be like, nah, but I can. And it's like, you don't see the problem with that? Turn into a wolf right now? No, I don't want to. Can you imagine that the psychiatrist is just like, good. So can you turn into a wolf? No, I guess not. And they leave. Lycanthropy solved. That's how it's generally described anyway, but the animal the person believes they can turn into doesn't have to be a wolf. In fact, of the 60 reported cases, less than half of those with clinical lycanthropy believe they turned into wolves or dogs. They might be a snake, a hyena, a bird, or in one case, even a bee. The important... Sorry, I don't want to laugh at people's psychological disorders, but it's like, what's wrong here? Yeah, I believe I can turn into a bee at will. They're like, that's a weird thing to believe. I know. I wouldn't believe it myself if I didn't occasionally turn into a bee.
No.
The important thing is that they honestly believe that they are or can become whatever the chosen animal is. Is this like an episode of like Animagrophs or whatever? Animagrophs? There's a book series about kids who think they can turn into Animorphs! And I think there was a TV show as well. This isn't your typical Tumblr otherkin who just think it would be fun to be half elf or something. This is a genuine psychotic delusion accompanied by behaviors indicative of whatever animal the person thinks they are. For as rare as this particular delusion is, and as few properly documented cases there seem to have been, there seems to be a great deal of historical precedent. There are potential references to the condition in the Old Testament of the Bible and the Odyssey, as well as numerous historical figures that presented symptoms consistent with clinical lycanthropy. For example, Bayard Prince Majid al-Dawa is believed to as having delusions that he was a cow before being cured by a doctor and philosopher Ibn Sina. All of these stories are anecdotal and differ somewhat, but it seems that the doctor's approach to curing the prince was essentially a form of talk therapy, forcing him to utilize and then acknowledge that he utilized a level of human reasoning far exceeding what a cow would be capable of. Wait, so the doctor was like, ever turned into a cow? Lycanthropy solved! So basically, the cure was to make the prince realize he was smarter than a dumb old cow. And to an extent, that sort of treatment is still used today. Not necessarily that specific tactic, as it could easily become quite confrontational, but psychotherapy does remain one of the tools for combating clinical lycanthropy. I don't feel like there would be drugs for this one. Or maybe they have some like antipsychotic drugs or something that could sort this out. It feels like really specific to have a drug for, though. But the much more effective tool is drugs, okay? Really strong drugs. Antipsychotics have been proven to be quite effective at treating the condition, sometimes coupled with antidepressants or mood stabilizers, depending on other underlying conditions that may exist. However, the hardest part of treating clinical lycanthropy is identifying that a person is suffering from the delusion. Essentially, the only options are to witness the person in a fit where they are acting like an animal, or you need them to be lucid enough to be able to describe their previous delusions, assuming they even remember them. Fortunately, even without knowing that they specifically believe they are turning into a wolf or other animal, it may be possible to identify the person as being psychotic and delusional, and thus get them the necessary antipsychotic medication. There is an even rarer condition named, good lord, lycanthropic intermetamorphosis. It's a hell of a mouthful, in which the person suffering from the delusion believes that it is not they who are transforming into animals, but the people around them are. But there's an even more interesting disorder in which a person thinks the people around them have changed. And that's the next entry, Capgras syndrome. Now, you're probably familiar with the concept of face blindness, where somebody is unable to recognize other people by their faces. However, in studying face blindness, researchers determined that the brain has two different pathways by which it recognizes people, one conscious and one unconscious. Even though there was a lack of conscious recognition in people with this condition, their bodies might still show the same autonomic responses you would expect from a familiar person. Or in simpler terms, a face-blind person can't identify a close friend by looking at their face, but they would still feel warm fuzzies when they see them. That is weird. The subconscious is incredible, right? You're like, I don't recognize this person, medically incapable of recognizing this person, but I know them and I like them. What if you came across an enemy? Would you be like, oh, I don't know who you are, but I don't like you?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what happens when those things are reversed, especially if it suddenly occurs later in life? You can clearly identify the people around you, but the warm feelings they once gave you are all gone. They still look like the same person, but something just feels off. This is what some researchers believe is happening in those suffering from Capgras syndrome, a syndrome in which people believe that their loved ones have been replaced. I'm familiar with this because I've definitely made a video about this before. It's creepy. It gives me the shivers. It's named after French psychiatrist Joseph Capgras, who believed it was a symptom of female hysteria and called it the doppelganger illusion, but in French. I wish that term stuck because it's honestly a way cooler name. For those suffering from Capgras syndrome, the delusion that family or friends have been replaced with imposters is seemingly unbreakable. It's not necessarily all friends and family, and it may be restricted to a single person. In a case from 1991, a 74-year-old housewife became convinced that her husband had been replaced with an imposter, but she didn't have this same feeling about the rest of her family. In that case, you'd be like, well, let's just double check to make sure he hasn't been replaced by like a robot. Let's just cut him and see if he bleeds.
Tell me. Do you bleed?
Unfortunately, this extreme level of paranoia can sometimes lead to either violence or self-harm. The woman in the previous case would lock herself in her room at night, refusing to share a bed with her husband, and she requested that her son get her a gun. Be like, why do you need a gun, Mum? Oh, it's like, well, I think your dad's been replaced with a robot and I want to protect myself. Like, yeah, Mum, get in the car. We're gonna go to the gun store, Mum. Driving you straight to the hospital. While that case fortunately didn't end in violence, others have. So what exactly causes Capgras syndrome? I mentioned the mechanism in the brain that is speculated to be malfunctioning in those with the condition, but how can that suddenly happen to a person later in life? Despite not being terribly well understood because of how rare the condition is, we do actually have a pretty good idea what causes it. Capgras is a neurological condition primarily caused by brain damage or degeneration. That means that if you undergo some sort of trauma resulting in lesions on your brain, or you develop Alzheimer's or dementia, well, that could lead you winding up to also suffering from Capgras. If you also happen to be schizophrenic already, that causes a sharp increase in the likelihood of developing Capgras syndrome as well. But because the condition is so rare, there isn't really any course of treatment that has been shown to be effective at combating it. The best doctors can hope to do is treat the other underlying conditions that may be contributing factors like schizophrenia or dementia in the hopes that this delusion goes away as well. Alien hand syndrome. Alien hand syndrome is another rare condition caused by damage to the brain. In this case, it could be caused by trauma, strokes, degenerative brain diseases, or once upon a time by surgery. Holy shit. Oh, wait, I know this one. This is where your hand just does shit that you don't want it to do. And there's the corpus callosum. Why do I know what that's called? The thing that joins the two halves of your brain together. If that's cut, then apparently, that can happen. Right? The first documented case of AHS was written about in 1908 by German psychiatrist Kurt Goldstein. Despite being an extremely rare condition, there was a sudden increase of cases in the following decades thanks to the treatment of epilepsy. A common treatment for those suffering from severe epilepsy was to sever the corpus callosum. God, I've got a big double brain. Separating the right and left hemispheres of the brain. Fixing the brain by slicing it in half does sound really weird, but it's honestly pretty cool, and it led to some important research on how the brain works. It also, how did they figure this out though? They'd be like back in the day being like, yeah, if we cut the brain in half, that person doesn't have epilepsy anymore. Who's the first person to be like, yeah, I guess I'll have my brain cut in half. Why the fuck not? Give it a shot. Get in there.
That's it, mister. You just lost your brain privileges.
It also gave rise to the whole left brain versus right brain myth, which is less cool, but these things happen. Anyway, this treatment did work to treat epilepsy, but AHS was sometimes an unwanted side effect. After surgery, some patients noticed that their weak hands began acting on their own, or at least others noticed that it was happening. Depending on how severe the case is, people with AHS may be oblivious to the fact that the hand is doing anything. In fact, the first case described by Goldstein was a recovering stroke victim that he was seeing. He observed the behavior of the alien hand in his office, although the woman had no idea how it was doing anything. Of course, not all sufferers of AHS are oblivious to the actions of their hand. Some will watch their hand do things that they actively don't want it to do, and in the case of damage to the corpus callosum, the hand often acts in direct defiance to what the person is trying to do. That's gotta be really annoying and very dangerous if you're driving. Someone with AHS might try to button their shirt with their dominant hand while their weak hand unbuttons it, or they could open up a drawer with one hand while the other hand closes it. And in severe cases, the misbehaving hand might try to straight up murder its owner by wrapping itself around the neck and refusing to acknowledge their safe word. Of course, this sort of behavior is generally restricted to when there is damage to the corpus callosum. Damaging different areas of the brain can cause the alien hand to behave in different ways. Brain is weird, isn't it? This is just absolutely nuts. When the damage occurs in the frontal lobe, AHS is more likely to affect the dominant hand, and it involves a whole lot of groping. Not necessarily groping of other people, though I can't rule that out, just groping of things in general. If something is within the arm's reach, the alien hand is going to grab it. And just like a clingy ex, it also has a hard time letting go. That's probably for the best, though, and picking up one random object and refusing to drop it seems preferable to it grabbing and throwing everything inside like a petulant toddler. The third variant of AHS happens when the damage is centered in the posterior of the brain. While all sufferers of AHS lack the ability to control their rogue limb, it is those with the third type of brain damage that are most likely to view their hand as being a separate entity entirely.
You should meet my brother. He's a little crazy.
This is because the posterior parietal cortex plays a large role in our sense of self, so damage to this area, resulting in uncontrolled movements, can make the sufferer feel as though the hand is no longer a part of their self. This version of AHS, again, affects the weak hand rather than the dominant, and people with this version of the condition will often name their hand, treating it like a separate entity entirely. They could also scold it for misdeeds, though, when the damage is in the back of the brain, the rogue hand is less likely to cause trouble. Rather than randomly grabbing onto objects or people, these alien hands will actively avoid contact with surfaces. The arm will often extend outward with the palm tilted backward so the fingers can guard it from touching anything. The hands will also often be described as levitating as it extends upward to avoid tables or anything else that might get in its way. So, how do we treat this? Well, they say the devil makes work for idle hands, and there is at least one report of an alien hand undressing a stranger. Can you imagine this legal defense? You're just in court. It's like, so, defendant groper, you're accused of groping 70 women over the course of 2 years. And the dude's just like, I can't help it. It's an alien hand syndrome. There's a joke there. It's better. Mine was bad, but there's something there.
No.
In order to best ward off Satan, the ideal course of action is to keep the alien hand busy. This usually involves carrying a cane or a fidget spinner, or really anything else that it can grab onto, as AHS rarely results in the hands releasing their grasp of one item to grope something else. Some patients will also limit the hand's utility by wearing things like oven mitts. There are also reports of people tying their hands to something like a bedpost. This is effective, but rather counterproductive. And finally, another way to control an alien hand is to look at it and yell, "Hey, stop around, you evil hands." Wait. Okay, the yelling part isn't actually necessary, but maintaining visual contact with the alien hand can help prevent it from taking involuntary actions. The brain is crazy! Be like, stop it. Like, what? While there is no cure for AHS, it's often only temporary. Temporary, in this case, maybe several years, but oh no, that's all you go to the doctor. Good news, it's temporary. And you're like, oh, that's nice. So when will it stop doing it? Like a couple of days, next week? And the doctor's like, oh, years. You'd be like, you gave me hope, doc, and then you took it away, you bastard. Psh. Sorry, it was my alien hand. Our brains are resilient machines, and when parts of the brain are damaged, it will often rewire itself in order to restore functionality. This is why simply tying up the hand completely is counterproductive, as it will make the healing process more lengthy. But through a combination of keeping the alien hand occupied so it can't get into trouble and dedicated training to force it to do what you want, the brain can eventually return full conscious control of the alien hand to a person. That's cool. Koro. Koro is a very strange psychological condition, not to be confused with prion disease, Kuru, or the village of Kakiri. Yeah, Kuru's fucked up, and prion diseases are terrifying. Like, the problem with like prions, they cause like proteins to fold badly, and they just absolutely kill you, and there's no cure. It's like what BSE is, mad cow disease. Though cases of Koro have existed worldwide, it is officially classified as a culture-bound disease, as epidemics have disproportionately affected Asians, particularly Chinese. So what exactly is Koro, you ask? Well, it's often described as being a panic disorder, especially because of how it begins. If you've ever had a panic attack, my condolences, because they suck. Yeah, I've had one panic attack in my life when I smoked too much weed, and it was extremely unpleasant, and never had it again. I felt like, it's like, oh no, this is it, I'm gonna die. It's like, no, oh, this is a panic attack. And then you're like, is it? Is it? And then I was fine. But it was like extremely unpleasant and has never happened since. But unless your attack was triggered by a specific and intense phobia, there's a good chance that it wasn't triggered by or about anything at all. Except for weed, Kevin. Smoking too much weed. Panic attacks are an intense and overwhelming sense of anxiety, coupled with a dramatically accelerated heart rate and possible disorientation. But more often than not, this feeling of intense anxiety isn't related to anything in particular. Now, I want you to take that same sensation, except this time, all-consuming anxiety is focused on something very specific. Your penis. You're having a panic attack about your penis? What?
Our daddy taught us not to be ashamed of our dicks, especially since they're such good size and all.
Koro begins essentially as a panic attack in which the sufferer is 100% convinced that their penis is shrinking. It's shrinking, it's retracting into their body, and unless they can stop it, it's going to fully retract and kill them. What the f*** is this disease? This sounds like it's some made-up thing in a dream. In Western society, this condition is commonly referred to as genital retraction syndrome, or simply penis shrinking. After the initial panic attack subsides, the fear that the penis tree is shrinking does not. Sufferers may try to pull and stretch their penis, clamp it into place, or build elaborate contraptions to prevent their penis from fully retracting into their bodies, often causing themselves serious injury or even death. Women can suffer from Koro as well, although in their case the fear is that the nipples are retracting into their breasts. How have I never heard of this? It's truly wild. Fun fact, between 2 and 10% of adults have inverted nipples.
It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay? No more! Where the f*** are your parents?
What's most interesting about this condition is the wide variety of causes. Though I mentioned it's classified as being culturally bound and has historically affected Asians more, in this case, culturally bound refers to the prevalence of various superstitions in different cultures. Outbreaks of shrinking penis spread across Africa, where there were fears that penises would be stolen by practitioners of the occult. And they spread across medieval Europe due to fears that witches were going to make penises retract. This is like a weird fever dream. What's going on? Because what else are witches going to do with their time? But the cultural causes aren't strictly limited to magical bullshit. Men have also begun suffering from Koro due to fears of sexual inadequacy, guilt over masturbation or promiscuity, or shame felt due to impotence. However, how likely it is for any specific aspect to be related to a case of Koro is dependent on the cultural and societal norms of the area. The only real geographic differences in cases of Koro is the fear of death. I haven't found any specific reason for this, but for those suffering from Koro in Asia, they tend to believe that their penis retracting into their bodies is going to kill them, and this hasn't been the case in the rest of the world. The good news is there are plenty of treatments available for those suffering from Koro. The first course of treatment is to give the penis a good inspection and make sure that it isn't actually retracting or abnormally formed. It's pretty rare that this would ever be the case, but it is a possibility, so it's better to make sure that the person actually isn't going insane first. You go check, make sure my penis isn't retracting. Beyond that, the course of treatment varies depending on where you live. For those in the US, the main course of treatment is psychotherapy. Reassurance that nothing is happening and education on how sexual anatomy actually works are beneficial as well. Sometimes antidepressants and antipsychotics will be administered. It's like, so why are you taking antidepressants? It's like, oh, I think my penis is going inside my body and is going to kill me. You'd be like, no, depression. It's not the penis thing.
Huge whopping penis. Wow, sorry to disappoint. But my huge whopping penis is right here.
No, this is usually only if there is another underlying psychological condition believed to be the root cause of Coro. But if you live in China, treatment is very much different. Common treatments include magical herbs, potions. Right, prescription for potion. And exercising the demon spirits that may be inhabiting your penis. You know, the typical reliable forms of medical treatments. Joking aside, though, all these treatments seem to be equally effective. Yeah, like, psychological disorders and stuff, like, they got the best shot of being treated with placebos, right? Like, 100% believe real medication is going to work a whole lot better. But, you know, it's not like your broken leg's going to be cured with a placebo. And what were you really expecting? A different result? This isn't a medical condition where the person's penis is actually shrinking. They have a crippling fear that it is. This means you don't need fancy pharmaceuticals to stop it from shrinking. You just need to make the person stop thinking that it is. So if a universally accepted part of your culture is that magic is real, then why wouldn't an allegedly magic potion designed to restore your virility make you feel better? Like we've said many times, your brain is weird. And thanks for watching. I'm gonna go check on my cock. I know. I wouldn't believe it myself if I didn't occasionally turn into a bee.
No.